Okay, let's try this again. Let me know if you can hear me. I don't know what happened there. Do a quick mic check. Okay, so I am very sick. So I don't know how much I'll be on. I'll be on and off. Try to. I got the vid from what they said, which is fun. So I don't know how much I'll be on. My throat's really sore. That's when I woke up Monday, really sore throat, my head spinning, and like all back behind my ears and stuff hurting. Haven't been able to sleep at all. It's been fun. Big cough. So I will do my best. But like I said, I'll probably be on and off. Just depend. Not going to get any coffee this morning because I'm not allowed in the rest of the house. I'm down in my office. So on the couch with all my stuff. So I'm waiting on my wife to get up and make me coffee. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'll be resting some. I actually slept yesterday when I got back from the doctor yesterday afternoon, about 5, and woke up at 9 or something. Felt good. I mean, I felt like I had rest. So, anyways, that's what I got. And then to top it off, I had them give me a shot. I just give me the steroid shot and then whatever medicine they had. And my son goes to pick it up, and the insurance card, we had a new insurance card given to us, and it didn't work for the medicine. So here I'm a day late starting to get that going. So fun. So we do have some news coming out. I had the picture on the screen, so just don't forget what news is coming out. I do have this open to the everybody. Probably will for the rest of the week, just so they can get a glimpse of it. But we got FOMC. This is Wednesday, correct? Yep. All right. I'm just making sure because I'm out of it. So we got FOMC at 2. So that's really the news for the day. So until then, we really don't have news that's expected to move the market. So um, I'm getting ready to post some 4 hours out there. And we'll see what happens. So I got into Bitcoin, not down there. Stop is there and my entry is there. On 2 accounts. I still want to make a little something today. I went with a tight stop and it's a little trade. I'm probably going to close some out since I don't know where I'm going to be. I went to 1-to-1. I did not move there's my trade. So just put 10 on and it did not go to 1-to-1 yet. Hasn't quite hit there. It actually probably did. Close enough, but I didn't move my stop. Choosing to leave it out, let it get up there. We'll see what happens. And I got it on 2 different accounts. So we will see. I am not going to have my camera on. You guys don't want to see what I look like right now. No, it's not that bad. I need to put it on my order there. That's the order on this one. If I flip, if I flip accounts, that'll move a hair. That's the entry order in this account. And if I switch accounts, it should move a little bit. Yeah, see how it moved down some? So where my entry is now is down below on this account, a hair. Stops are in the same place, but it took me some time. Log in the other account and get a trade on. So I'm up on both. So yeah, if I'm in here, I'll talk a little bit and be trading. But if I just all of a sudden disappear, you know why? Probably laying down. Sad part is we got a big family event Saturday, our Christmas party. My aunt gets a big old cabin, and when I say big, it's big. It's more like a banquet hall type cabin. Looks like a log cabin, or is a log cabin, but it's more like a big banquet hall. It's not like bedrooms and stuff, but they got all the bathrooms, kitchen. Go up, start a fire, play games. Then the small town it's in, they've got a place that does up a ton of lights. And we always go walk through that at night and then come back and have like hot chocolate, dessert, and play more games. It's a lot of fun, but I don't think I'm going to make it. That is the only thing I'm in right now. So this is something good to talk about, I think. So I'm sick and I'm watching everything. I still got 6 charts on. So I made the decision to go into Bitcoin. Instead of getting into 2 different things, it was easier for me, since I'm still kind of foggy, to get into Bitcoin on one account and get into Bitcoin on another account. Because I'm basically just placing the same trade. So instead of, trying to get into multiple things at one time. Hoping I didn't back the wrong horse with Bitcoin. We'll see. ES popped above its recent high, so we'll see how that holds. Everything's still green on it. I peaked at platinum, but I don't know, MC, are you in it? I peaked at it, but everything's still red, and I don't like the moves right now because they don't match with the 1 hour and 4 hour at all. I mean, you had a sell off here that you could have got in, and it's pulling back off that. I don't know if this is the start of, if that one, we're printing an awful lot of green candles. It's because it's moved all the way back up. But if we see that 1 hour turn green, so I'm kind of looking for it to break like this high it popped up to. If it breaks above that high, hopefully the 1 hour is green by then. Oh, I did post the 4 hour charts in the, and I think I tagged everybody. I did post the 4 hour charts in the premium. I just post them in the premium section since we might get people in here today that have not watched the signal. I wanted them to see the 4 hour chart. So I got the 4 hour charts out there, just a 4 hour view. And then I also posted the 3 minute. I meant to not post those actually till they got in here. Meant to post just the 4 hour. Yeah, it is a strong zone. It's holding up in there. Yeah, and gold 4 hours about made it to. Can I not shrink that? I guess not. All the way down to a lower zone. It just hasn't got there yet, so it's kind of small. There's the gold 4 hour. It had been dropping and almost made it all the way down to this yellow zone. Not quite, but last time it stopped, it hung out for a while, so it might hang out for a while before it decides to continue its journey. Yeah, I should be off of mute. I'll be kind of coming in and out. I've got COVID. I come in Monday, sore throat and all that jazz. Everything else, whatever. And got a shot yesterday, but the medicine I haven't taken because my new insurance card didn't work for some reason, which is pretty bad because my wife works for a healthcare industry. So, anyways, we have to figure that out. So I'm a day late on getting medicine. So on Max, on the mid, on gold, I'll slide my chart over. So this is where I've got the mid level. And basically, if you look to the left over here, I just didn't pull it all the way back. But it was really respected if I do pull it back, if I can grab the right thing. It was a high back in here. And you see where it kind of broke through and swung up. So I wanted to be aware of this area right in here. That's why that one's where it is. So basically, I was looking at this area. I wasn't really looking at this high back here. At one point, I had this high marked, this wick high, and it broke through that. So then I moved it up. But when it dropped back through and then came up and hung out at that price point, so at one point, again, I had it there. And then I moved it up here when it made this high and pulled down. Okay. So it made that high and pulled down, and then I moved it there. Well, then when it hung out here for a long time where the candle bodies, kind of respected this price, well, then I was looking going, okay, if I would have kept this back here where it was, I don't have the magnet on, then that's why it hung out there. So that's where that zone came from. And then, of course, it dropped through. See how it never on this drop, this little drop here, it hung out above this for a little bit. But then on this drop, it basically stopped and it did what I call stop and go. Candle close, candle open. So ran out of time right under that. So I was glad I moved it because then after it dropped through, that gave me a reason why it's bouncing there, why it bounced there. So that's where that 4 hours from on gold. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so I may actually, guys, with non-farm coming out at 2 or non-farm. See, I'm not here altogether. So don't take any advice from me. No, I'm just kidding. With FOMC coming out at 2, I might, try and take me a long nap before then and then wake up, right before FOMC. That might be my plan, my adjustment for today. Let me see here. Yeah, just don't forget this morning we might just have a lot of back and forth movement until non-farm. So this would be the one and only day, not the one and only, but with news coming out at 2, this would be a day that I would say it's okay to trade afternoon. We don't want to miss the moves that it'll create. Again, you guys have heard me say this time and time again. We need the news, the economic news that comes out, helps volume step in. You're going to see large volume trades step in, which creates volatility, which then creates momentum, which then gives us our movement that we can capitalize on. So we're not necessarily looking to get in right at non-farm, but we need that volume step in. You know, the hedge funds, the big banks, the big seven, you know, the countries. We need that volume to step in based off what news that comes out. We don't really need to interpret it. We just need to watch, let it settle a little bit, and then jump in, catch part of that ride. So we need that heavy volume to step in. And that creates that volatility during the news. And then as people before, you know, are kind of speculating beforehand what's going to come out in the next 15 minutes, you'll see things start to move typically early on. And then even more heavy volume steps in. And again, that creates the volatility that ends up creating our momentum to give us the movement we need to make our daily goal. Not liking what I see on Bitcoin, to be honest with you. I'm still in it. But if I would have moved my stop to halfway, I'd have been stopped out. And it did quite get, it almost got to 1-to-1. So it's looking like a head and shoulders pattern to me, is what Bitcoin's looking like. So I don't want that, but it looks like I might get that. It goes against my trade. If that neckline's broken, then I'll close my trade. So the neckline's the line off these two lows down here. If that gets broken, I'll probably go ahead and close. It won't save me much, but because everything's still green, so I just don't like seeing that pop up there like that. They don't always come through, so watch me close and watch it keep going in my direction. Did I say non-farm again? FOMC, sorry guys. Yep, I want another non-farm. Just give us a couple of months. Morning, Ivan. So anyway, just take, you know, there's extra caution right now in any trade you get in because it is before FOMC, not non-farm. How's that? So it is before FOMC. So that leads to an extra level of caution because things may not move. They may just move nothing but sideways. So oil's popping, but I'm not in it. Told you I'd picked the wrong pony today. I'm going to wait for this candle to close so you guys can see where the candles close out. If you'd like me to leave that Bitcoin head and shoulders on there, I will. It's up to you guys. Just if it's in your way, just tell me. I'll take it off there. But I do want to show you what oil's done. All right, so I'm going to pull over oil because I want to show you guys like what it's done the last few days so you can check out how the signals look. Okay. So I'm sliding it over here. So looking down at the bottom, I don't really care about the 15-minute right now. It's mainly the bottom two, the hour and the 1 hour. You can see that over in here we had both red. It dropped a little bit further. Okay. Then it comes over here. We have the hour is green, but the bottom is red. The 4 hours red. So again, they're kind of mixed. And if you look ahead at the candles up here, what did we get? A lot of sideways movement. You got some swings you could have probably profited on. Okay, but sideways movement. And then it switches over here to where the 1 hour is now red and the 4 hours green. So again, a little bit of indecision in here on which way it's going. And that's because of all this sideways movement. So we have more sideways movement, and only here does the 1 hour sync up. So if we're looking at that, I would have taken that. Again, not this one. They're mixed. Not this one. They're mixed. You come over here and wait. You're waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and it's brutal to wait. And there's both lined up green. So this was yesterday at 12 a.m. So I'm just showing if you were trading this. I want you to look specifically. We're looking at these down here lining up. So they lined up, and we got to move after up. Okay. Then the 4 hour turns red. So we're not looking to take any more longs. The 4 hour just turned red. We're looking to take possibly shorts. We would need the 1 hour to sync up. So if we were to take a long against this, so if you did have your 15-minute on and you did look to take a long against the 4 hour being red, you would have taken this 15-minute candle here, or the 3-minute candle, but on that 15-minute signal, you would have taken it long here. Okay. And it does go up. And if you put your stop at the current low, you probably did get 1-to-1. This is why you have to be cautious, just because one, you're taking it against the 4 hour. So that was still a decent trade to take when right there on that candle, when the 15-minute gives you a signal, or is it that? It's that one. Sorry. A little doji right there is where you would have taken it long, if I can get it on the right candle. You know what I mean? It's that doji right there. So that would have been lined with the 15-minute, lining with the 1 hour. You're ignoring that it's went to the 4 hours gone to red, because we know when the 4 hour goes to red, typically then it trickles down. We might get the 1 hour to fall in line is what we're looking for. So if you take that, it's okay. Your air of caution would be what? It would be that the 4 hour turned red. That's your caution. So you just have to be willing to close partial sooner, which is typically then we switch to 1-to-1. We don't. We're not targeting the 2-to-1 as we normally would. Because over here, taking this entry, you're going to, when everything lined up, then you're going to go for that 2-to-1 and then move your stop, close partial. So then over here, then we get 1 hour, 4 hour, and 15-minute all hitting right here. So there's your trade where everything lines up. The only way, and it goes, if you're looking at it and think that this is the only move, you're missing out on the rest of the chart that I haven't pulled in, because it goes and it goes. The only way you would capture the whole entire move is to not trail your stop tight, and that's hard to do. It's easier said than done, but it goes on down. You can see the distance it goes, and it keeps going until the 1 hour flips. So the 1 hour flipping right in here would be your so the 1 hour flips to green would be your where you'd want to close partial on this whole trade if you're writing the whole thing down. If you're not, you're looking for re-entries. So if you ride and pull your stop tight and you get stopped out, you know, when it pulls back up here, then you're just looking for another re-entry. So, and the re-entry would be here, right on that candle. So if you're, because I'm going off the fact that I know pretty much everybody would be stopped out on this pullback as you're tightening your stops. And then you would re-enter, and you definitely get a place to close partial, and you can add in at any one of those times. Over here, then we get the 1 hour and 15-minute turn green, which means we're in a retracement. And we could see that. We could look to the left and say, yep, we're in a retracement. That retracement, any retracement can become the future trend. And this goes up right here. So you're going to get in, you would get in long there with a pullback right off the bat. So if you're using a tick number for your stops, you're doing it wrong. Because everything lines up green, and it goes up some. And overall, it goes up a lot to where we are now. So that's a good trade if you stayed in. So I just wanted you guys to see it. Not every trade, like the last trade over here, well, you jump in on that candle close and you're in the positive right away. Okay. Over here in this one, you're not. And some people are taking this long. Some of you are trading against the 4 hour, which is fine. Just know it might be short-lived. So if you entered when everything came in line here, it had a nice pullback. You're sitting in the negative on that for a while. So what we normally do is, where should your stop be? So your stop on that should be below one of the previous lows. And I need to turn the magnet off. Should be here, below this low. And if you're going to put it below that low there, you might as well go below this one. Give it extra room. If you would normally put 10 contracts on, because that stop is out further than you would normally go, what should you do? And this is why I wanted to show this. Should you tighten your stop so it's acceptable loss? So again, if you put on 10 contracts and you say, I'm willing to lose this much per trade, and your stop would be here, is that what you want to do? Move your stop to your acceptable loss? I don't do that. I don't teach people to do that. What I teach you to do is put it where it's acceptable, put it where it's supposed to be, because we know levels get tested. Okay, we know instruments will pull back and test levels. So you're going to put your stop down here. What does that mean? Does that mean you just are risking about 4 times? So if you're risking 200, I'm just using dollars. I'm just throwing in dollars. I'm not calculating. But let's say you normally are, it's acceptable for you to lose 200 per trade. So by moving this stop, does that mean you're risking 800? No, you're going to take your 10 contracts and you're going to cut them in four. You're going to cut them by 4 and only do 2.5, which there is no such thing. So you're doing 2 or you're doing 3. You're going to adjust your quantity of your contracts is what you're going to do instead of adjusting your stop. Because if you adjusted your stop, you would depend on where you put it. But I just want to show the example of that. Don't adjust your stop just so you can leave 10 contracts on. Put your stop where it's supposed to be, below a low, and then adjust your contracts so that you're still only risking the 200 or whatever. And basically, if you look at it, it came and hit here. It basically tested that previous high, and we know that. We know that they come down and test highs and lows. So by putting your stop there or here tighter is kind of a no-no. Oh, and always go, if it's going up, you're going to use lows. Don't use the highs as stop placement. We don't take our high and put our stop right there under it. You would have been stopped out. So if it's bullish and moving up, you always use a low. If it's bearish and moving down, you always use a high. So I just wanted to show that. And overall, of course, we had news here. So we knew this was coming out. You'd probably be wicked out on that. So hopefully you pulled partial. Before news, you always want to do what? Manage the trade you already have on, if you do. So I just wanted to kind of show that on oil, just because how the signals were linked up. They weren't for a while, but then they did on both trades. I think MC said platinum. Oh, yeah, platinum broke. It broke without me. I'm assuming you're in that. I thought about putting a pending order down below it, but I don't think I want to manage all that today. Yeah, it looks like platinum just popped down to hit that. It found some support there. Hmm. Oh, that's an inside. Looks like it might be inside top down there. So where it's hanging out now on platinum, I just drew a line down here on the inside, this inside bottom. Sorry, I know I said top, inside bottom. So that's the inside of this swing, down and up, marking that level. So that price point is right where it's having issues right now getting through. Here we'll just put IB so it's not interfering with the chart any. That's where it's at. It's right above that level. So there was a wick back there too. I don't know if you guys noticed. I'll blow it up real quick. Right here. It doesn't show up as a wick here, but I went to the 15-minute to find it. So basically it's, you see where this level's been respected several times on platinum. So pulled down below, popped up, made the price, pulled back up, tested it, stopped. After it broke it, pulled back down here, big test of it. So that's where it's at now. It's right at that price level is where it's at. So if it can get through that, the next target would be down in here, those lows. I do have time markers that are on all the charts today that'll come up, remind you when it's 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. With FOMC, though, here's for me personally. So I've got them on there where they're going to come up and you're going to see one that says, you guys know I typically remind you at 11 o'clock this is when you have to decide, are you going to hold your trades? Are you going to close them? Are you going to take new trades? 11 o'clock, that's when you're going to consider, are you going to take any more new trades? So between 11 and 12, somewhere in there, depending on what I'm trading and what, kind of profit I have and everything else, then I decide if I'm going to take any new trades between 11 and noon. Why 11 and noon? Well, noon, you've got the London market closing down. So you have all the big boys over in London. And I'm not talking about the traders that are sitting at their home computers like we are. I'm talking about the hedge funds over there, the big banks over there, the trades that move the market, the heavy hitters, the big funds. So that being said, they're going home for the day. They're closing out trades. They're going home. They're done for the day. And then here in the US, we're breaking for lunch in New York. So that being said, we don't expect a lot of moves after, noon. So between 11 and noon should be your cutoff time, somewhere in there, not to take any new trades. You can hold your trades and then just manage your stops and close and partial. I do have one that's going to pop up at 2 for you guys in case I'm gone from the computer. So my plan is I'm going to go get some rest here in a couple minutes, and be back for non-farm. I won't close trades out before non-farm. What I'll do is move my stops, close partials. If you have profit before non-farm, make sure you take it. You don't want to be in a trade and be in a trade before non-farm. Sorry guys, FOMC. I got non-farm stuck in my brain evidently. So you don't want to be into a trade before any news release. Let's just go with that. But you don't want to be into a trade before FOMC, and it's in the positive, and you have not closed anything off. And then it goes the opposite way and stops you out. Worst feeling in the world, or one of the worst in trading, is you are in positive trade before news comes out. You do not close partial, and you don't adjust your stop. And I'm fine with not adjusting your stop. But what I'm not fine with is not closing partial. I've just seen it so many times. Now, that being said, if you're in long before FOMC and FOMC comes out and it goes, and you close partial before, and it goes in your direction, don't kick me because it goes in your direction. You have to make that decision. So for me, I just know that time and time again over the years that a lot of times it turns and goes the opposite way. So if I'm in a good trade, I'm going to close out part of my trade. I can leave my stop where it is, but I'm going to close part of that trade out because, again, see profit, take profit. You don't know what news is going to give you. And yes, it could go in your direction. That's why we leave a runner or two. That's what the runners are for. The runners are because I'm sitting here to make a paycheck at the end of the month. So in order to do that, I need to make pay every day. I need to have profitable trades. So if I'm in a profit position before non-farm, you better believe it, I'm going to close partial. That's my daily money. That's the daily money I need to make my paycheck at the end of the month. My runners are on there in case news after news it decides to go in my direction. So that's what the runners are for. So just wanted to put that note out there for you. And the head and shoulders did not pan out, so I'm still in that. I drew this support and resistance line after it came down and just kind of played around down in there. That held up. Did not want to go below that. So I'm not quite near. It hasn't hit 1-to-1. And I wasn't watching it closely, but it looks like it's making a lower high. We may see higher highs or higher lows and lower highs in here. I'm looking at Bitcoin. Everything's going to kind of settle in before FOMC, or should. A nice wick down here taking everybody out. I'm sure my wife's going to love the next couple of days. I text her what I needed for my coffee and toast. Try and make breakfast easier on her. So I am going to hold my Bitcoin trade that's on both accounts. If it does happen to push to 2-to-1, I'll close partial. But I really think it's more going to, we'll see here. I'm kind of wondering if it's going to keep that low level where that support resistance line is and make lower highs and come into a wedge before FOMC. So I'll hold through it. Like I said, if it hits 3-1 or level 3, which is 2-1, I'll close partial. I did jump into Bitcoin on the pullback. Did I say Bitcoin? I'm at platinum. Sorry, guys. As you guys know, I'm not here today. I did get into platinum on that pullback. Not up much. It's trying to break that inside bottom level, but I'm in before, so there's the trade. My stop's way out there. I'm gonna pull it tighter. So hoping it breaks this inside bottom, which is way back. Well, not way back, but right there. What is that? Tuesday. So Tuesday's low, and here's what we're messing with. So we'll see. I did put it on both. For me today, it's if I place one trade in one account, I'm popping over to the second one instead of trying to trade 4 or 5 instruments. So I'm in 2. ES, nothing but sideways. It's a slight move up. So you have more of a channel forming there. And of course, its market opens up here in about an hour. Where's my channel tool? Right there. So again, it's more in a channel on ES. Mark the bottoms. Starting back here. So slight move up overall. And you can trade that. Every time it pulls down, you can trade long. Every time it pulls down, you can trade long. And you can keep buying in it every time it comes back down. And I wouldn't wait for the 15-minute signal. Typically on this, you're not waiting on a 15-minute signal. If you're trading a channel and you're going to go long when it hits the bottom, you're going long when it hits the bottom or gets near the bottom. If you wait for the 15-minute to line up, half your move is going to be gone, if not the whole thing. So again, it hits the bottom and going along. With this just now forming and it did it here. See on this pull down here, stop for a minute, pulled back, come down. We got it here too. So, its market opens up in an hour. So you got time to play around before it opens. Again, anyone that's popped in here recently, I am only going to mic up once in a while. I'm probably going to, I keep saying this, but go get some rest before FOMC. And then be back around about half an hour, 15 minutes before FOMC. Since I'm sick and my wife has to bring food to me, who thinks it's a good idea if I go up real quick and install a bell up near her office upstairs and a button down here I can hit and just ring it? Who thinks that's a good idea? MC, you are going to kick me. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think I won't hear the last of that. Look, her birthday's coming up, so she's got to walk a fine line. That's all I'm saying. Her birthday's January 1st. She's got to behave. You're going to kick me, though. I traded platform, but what did I forget to do? There's just up 150 on the platform or platinum trade. So it is breaking that, trying to break that. Just don't forget there's other levels in there. I do have this one marked, which is a 4 hour. That's off a 4 hour swing. So that's going to be my main target there, but I forgot to put 2 on. So I could close partial. Now I'm stuck. I'll just have to move my stop. Move my stop to about halfway where it was right now. I guess I could have marked that trade. My stop was way back here somewhere. My stop, I just threw it in earlier. It was way back there, like somewhere in there. Right there. I gave it extra room on the stop from where it was. I didn't go way back to that high. I would not have went way back. If I would have had to go way back here or put it way back here, I just would not have traded. So platinum's a little different because you can only put on 1 or 2. We don't have micros. So far it's hit 1-to-1, and I did already move my stop to just past the halfway point. So Bitcoin, platinum, and gold. I finally got in gold on the short here. Then I'm getting ready to close partial. ES is breaking out the bottom of that channel. See what it does with that previous low there. It's wanting to pop it. So on gold, I got in, took a little trade, nothing spectacular. I put 10 on. I put 10 on back here, and then I'm basically just trading that up and down movement on it. Going with shorts is my best bet because the 1 hour and 4 hour down here are green. So I only want to get into sell positions. So every time it pulls back, I want to get in. I didn't get in on this. So when it pulled back here and basically failed to form a higher high, it wicked up there, but the candles closed below. And then over here got a red triangle. That's where when I decided to pull the trigger on that. Once I got the red 15-minute in line with the rest, and that candle closed, forming that triangle up there, and that's where I got in. So I got in, of course, as it's moving, but where did I get in? Oh, down here, because it was moving as I placed trade. So put on 10. I closed partial when it got down here near the bottom. I wasn't taking my chances. So as it pulled down, I went ahead and closed 10 off, left it go, knowing that it might have turned here on this inside bottom. So overall, decent little trade for especially how I feel. If it pulls back up, I'll short it again. I'm leaving my stop out of the way too, by the way. So I was willing to take the loss of my stop being up here, full loss with 10 contracts. So now I have 2. I can move my stop anywhere in here and feel comfortable, right? I'm willing to take this full loss because if it pulls back up here and I get, if it pulls back up here, if I can find the right tool, right? And it pulls back up here and starts turn, and my 15-minute goes red again, because if it pulls up, if it starts pulling up here, we're going to get green triangles on the 15-minute as it pulls up, okay? Just like over here. So 15-minute went green on that candle. What does it mean? It means it's pulling back. So it had a nice pullback, and then I entered on the triangle right when that one signaled, wait for candle to close, and then got in. So if it goes back up like that again and repeats itself, I'm looking for green triangles for the pullback, green triangles for the pullback. And then once I get a red triangle, I'm going to get in as long as the 1 hour and 4 hour is still red. I'm going to keep selling all day long. That's the plan. So my stop being out of the way on this trade, on my two runners, why would I pull my stop down here? If that's what I think it might do, why would I pull my stop to break even? That would be great. No loss. But if I leave it here and it pulls back up and gives me another signal to short, and I short with 10 and it comes back down here and I close 8, then I have 4 runners on. More runners before FOMC. So anyways, that's kind of my plan on gold. We'll see what happens. It could break and run below this support level. Who knows? That's why we have runners on. We leave runners in case that plan doesn't work. In case instead it does what? In case that thing just, breaks and runs. I'm already in. I'm not scrambling to get in. So that's what the runners are there for. It's so that we already got into a good trade here. So the runners are on there so we don't see it break the 4-hour support resistance level, and then we are trying to jump in, and could potentially take a loss. I'm already in on a winning trade, so I'm going to leave my runners go. Yeah, you put 1 on 2. Yeah, I just won. It's annoying. You know what I need? I need a big fat note like that. Something like that. It's too big for your guys' screen. Sorry about that, guys. That's what I need right there. A big fat no. ES just totally broke out of that channel. Yeah, I won't leave it up there today for you guys, but it is something to. And if you guys notice, I changed these where it says 100% full, do your full contracts, and then keep your dollar loss in mind per trade instead of. But before I had 2 written on here on. Not that I wouldn't watched it under my over on my screen. It's below the buy sell button. So checking the indices, all of them are just even Russell's pulling down a little, and the Dow's pulling down a little, but Nasdaq and ES have done their thing. They've pulled down quite a bit. I'm going to hold the platinum trades. It's pulled back to test that marker I put there from the inside bottom. So I know Candace looked back last month to November 7th. So if you're not sure what non-farm has done in the past, it's always a good idea to look in the past at the previous releases. And sorry, FOMC. Wow. I really do want another non-farm soon. So, anyways, FOMC comes out today, and you can look back at the previous releases, kind of seeing what's happened in the past, and get an idea of what it might move like today. Hang on. Okay. So she was late 2 hours on my coffee. I'm going to have to write her up. Sounds like a good idea, right? I like living on the edge. Bitcoin dropped clear back to that support and resistance level, so we'll see what it does this time. So far, it's stopped at that level, but then we've gotten lower highs each time, or a lower high since the last one. So I think how the indices, like I said, it's ES and Nasdaq, similar moves, and Russell and Dow are following suit. Yeah, minimize that risk. All right, so ES is really moved. So disappointed we didn't get that, but that's all right. So gold, I'm still in. I just want to show. I'm going to drag my screen over here real quick since we just started a new candle. But this is why, guys, you got to leave the runners, or this is why I leave runners anyway. So whether you leave them or not, it's up to you. But there's value in leaving the runners because remember, this has been up and down. So everything red underneath, the 1 hour, 4 hour red. So I'm only taking sell opportunities. If I would have taken this first sell opportunity here, okay, and got in that on that candle right there, if I would have taken that sell opportunity with my stop where it is pretty much, or up above even, it pulled down, I would have closed out part of my runners in here. So I'd have put on 10, closed out 8, left 2. That's typically standard what I'm doing on gold. And then it pulled back. Well, there was another sell opportunity, which was the signal candle was here. So I took it right after. Hang on, I got another phone call here. I'll get back to that, guys. I'm on a phone call here that I've been waiting on since they got my prescriptions messed up. All right, guys, sorry about that. I do have another call I'm expecting, and it might come through now. So I'm going to try and get through this real quick. But here's gold. I'm still in. But again, that was a first signal short. I didn't short. This was the second signal, and this candle here was a signal candle right after it closes. We want to make sure they close. Red triangle on the 15 minute. So 15-minute is red, both the 1 hour and 4 hour red. I took that short. I closed partial as it got near the inside bottom because I know the reality of them turning, especially before FOMC news, any news release really. We expect things to kind of get tight before the news release. So, but this is why we hold runners. So everything's red. The 1 hour and 4 hour red. I'm going to hold short and hold my runners. I was waiting on it to pull back, and you can see it pull back a little bit, but I was waiting on it to pull back to get in. I could have got in there on that candle, but I didn't. So that would have been a place to add, but I did not. I was waiting to see if it pulled back further. And it just never got there. So, but this is why we hold runners. I did not get in when it re-signaled here. So I didn't have the extra 10 on to close partial and have 4 runners on. But it broke through the bottom. It broke through these lows, and I'm still in it. I'm already in it. So again, that's why we like to leave the runners on, is because if you're already in a trade and it's going in your direction, why would you want to have to scramble to get back in after it's moving? Then you turn into you become more of a reactive trader. I mean, it's blasting through support, it's popping down, you're trying to jump on, it's already moving. So I would rather get in off good signals and then have some runners on. So I was hoping if it pulled back up into here, it could have made a lower high, which it did, but I was wanting it to come up, as you'll see where they turn on the inside of their move. So this one turned a little shyer of this one. I was expecting it to maybe pull back a little short and below this high. So it just never got up there as high as I was wanting it to go. So for my entry, because then I know that as it pulls down, it might not break these lows. So to me, that was too close. So for me, that red triangle, the 15-minute come in line, I would have been getting in right there. And for me, that's really close to those lows. So I just, I didn't take that trade. I was wanting it to pull back further. If it would have pulled back further, about up where my this high is off of where I marked it off the lines, then yes, I would have got in short in there, closed out 8 as it went down. So, but this is why we leave runners on, is just for that. If it breaks and runs, I'm already in it. And that's where our bonus, that's going to be toward my bonus. So these right now, these 2 runners are part of my bonus trade at the end of the month, or my bonus check, as I like to call it. I like getting a bonus check at the end of every month, and that one's part of it. And yes, I keep track. So even though this is part of one big trade, when I close out my runners, that's part of my bonus at the end of the month. So those get tracked separately on a spreadsheet because I want to know how big my bonus checks are. Bitcoin finally did pull down and take me out. So, and I did a full loss because I did not move my stop when it neared 1-to-1. And I was light on contracts. I think I only had 3 on that. All right, hope you guys can hear me. I'm going to close one of these runners out. I moved my stop to just better break even. I want to leave it there and give it some room. So what I'm choosing to do is just close one out on this. I needed to close it here. It hit 2-to-1 target, but I was on the phone, so that's where I wanted to close one out. So I'm going to have to do it now and then modify my stop to match. So I got my good trade, placed 10, closed 8, closed 1. Like I said, I want it when it hit my 3 take profit level or 2 times take profit level, which is level 3. Wanted to close one out there, but I was on the phone. So as it pushed down here, I just decided I'll go ahead and do that since that was my original plan. And then move my stop to a little better and break even. So right now it's only up 69 on it. I'll leave that till non-farm or FOMC, sorry. I'll probably call it non-farm right when it's happening too. I did not short Bitcoin, but there was a good short in there as it pulled back. So Bitcoin broke down through that support level I had marked, kind of tested it, pulled down, went back to test that level, that 4-hour or that support resistance zone. And then when you get the red 15-minute, you would have wanted to short there. So I don't know if that's going to pan out or not, and it's right at our previous low. Someone let me know. My mic should have been shut off, but I want to make sure my sound's not coming through here. I was just coughing. So right now you can hear me. I just want to make sure as I shut that off because I've been muting my mic manually, but you guys don't want to hear all that. So far gold's panning out. You know, I closed one at the 2-to-1. So far it's been a good trade. You still holding platinum short? Bitcoin's the only. I jumped back in Bitcoin. We'll see. It moved. I jumped back a little late. So the signal candles here, this long one, basically a bounce off that zone, bounce off previous high, was signal candle. And then where I got in, because I wasn't really watching, it was here. So I felt that was close enough. You know what I mean? It's like right there. It hasn't moved. It moved a little bit, but not a lot. From when that candle signaled. So I went ahead and jumped in on that. If that would have been a big red candle like this, then I probably would have waited for a pullback, or probably no probably about it. I would have. So I felt that was still, you know, I get in close to that price where it signaled. So I'm in that. That's where my stop is. That's my entry price. We shall see. And not looking for much before FOMC. But if I can get into a trade before FOMC and have partials closed and move some stops, that's the position I'd like to be. And then FOMC comes along and it may destroy my trades. I mean, it may stop me out in all of them. And I'm okay with that. And I may have to wait till after news to look for a position. Yeah, that's bit me some today. Being on the phone, those phone calls, looking up phone numbers and all that stuff. To where that's a good public service announcement. If you're closing parcels, it's always a good idea to put those limit orders in. The only thing you have to do is remember after that trade uh, closes partial, and that's something you guys, if you're not going to come back to the computer and you are closing partial, like going back to my gold trade right there. So, typically we're waiting for it to go like 1-to-1 and then move our stop to halfway. So you can set an alarm there. Just don't ever forget about alarms. Alarms are there. They're free and cheap. So if I wanted to know when that's going to be hit, I'm going to hit where the alarm's crossing down, and I'm going to hit create and create an alarm on this line right here that's going to go off. Why I would do that? Well, because when it goes and hits 1-to-1, that's our level 2, which is 1-to-1, I want to move my stop to halfway. I think a lot of people are doing that. That's only if you're going to move your stop to halfway. If I'm not going to move my stop to halfway, I'm not going to put that alarm line on there. I don't need it. I don't need to know. If I place the trade, get in where I got in, stop up here, and if I'm not going to move my stop halfway when it hits 1-to-1, why do I need to know when it hits 1-to-1? I really don't. I really don't need to know when it hits 1-to-1. If I'm closing partial at 2-to-1, which is level 3, that's the level I need to be aware of, right? So I don't have to set one on the first. So if I'm going to go and close out partial when it hits 1-to-1 or move my stop, I'd set an alarm there. And then when it moves and hits 2-to-1, level 3, I'd set an alarm there. I don't like coming right to the tick and setting an alarm like that, right at that price level. I like to be alerted before. Sometimes they'll hit real close and then turn. So I'd like to be alerted. So it's really up to you where you decide you want to set that. So, but ultimately, what you're going to want to do is put a pending order here and put, if we're in a sell, we're short, we would put a buy limit. So if you put on 10 and you're going to close out 8 down here at 2-to-1, you would put on a buy limit for 8. So the orders are not linked unless you're trading like through Trade of 8, or if you're trading through Trading View, those orders do not get linked. So unfortunately, if you have 10 contracts short with a 10 on your stop loss, it goes down and you have a 8 for a buy limit. When it comes down, it'll buy back 8, which closes off 8 of your short, does nothing, absolutely nothing to your stop loss. So you have to remember to go adjust when that hits. So what I do recommend doing is when you place that trade on the 8 contracts for an 8 buy limit, come in and set an alarm on that order and just put something like, you can hit 2-time risk level hit, or you can put level 3 hit, which I know if I see when it says level 3's hit, I know that's my 2-to-1. You can put closed partial, and then, you need to modify stop. Something that's going to help you remember to do that. Okay? Something like that on your alarm. That way, again, you walk away. You place the 10 short. You have a valid reason for taking the trade, right? Everything's red. I'm going to go short. You take it short. Put your stop loss there. 10 lots on. If you want to move your stop halfway when it hits level 2, put an alarm there. Level 2 hit. Move stop halfway on your alarm. That's going to come up on your phone. As you can see, I got tons that go off on my alarm. That's why normally my alarm's muted when we're in here live. So that's if you're going to move it. If you're not moving your stop, you don't put an alarm line there, but you should put one down here. Whether you're using a limit order or not, doesn't matter. So even if you're not putting a limit order in there to close 8, because if you would have, it would have came down here and closed out 8 for you. But you need some kind of alarm if in case you step away from the computer, it's going to, level 3 closed partial, you need to modify your stop. Because here's the problem. If you don't modify your stop, because once you close out 8, you have 2 left on your order, but your stop still says 10. If that totally backs up and hits your stop, it has 10 on, your original order has 2, it will close those 2 out and put you in long at 8. This is how people's accounts get blown. Because what a lot of people forget to do is double check on their stops at the end of the day. Not so much in here, and I don't think it happens too much during the day. But I know some people that get into trades during the Asian session because they told me about them. Not in here either. This is outside. Talking to one particular person, individual in person, that he blows accounts throughout the night. He'll place trades during the Asian session and do something exactly like that. And he'll forget to close out his stops. So he's told me, he's like, but I closed out my trade. So he'll hit a profit level and he'll close it. Somehow he'll have stops on. So yeah, sometimes he'll have stops on and he'll have them on throughout the night. And then, let me get that off. Where's your guys' at? I moved the wrong one. I'm sorry. I forgot I blew yours up to this. So anyways, that's a good point to just double check at the end of the day, at the end of the night. So if you're on a broker that, I don't care who you're on, really. If you close out all your trades and you're done for the session, you need to make sure all your stops are gone. Make sure you have no orders hanging. It's a good way to get trades triggered while you're sleeping or throughout the night while you're gone. Just something to always remember. I'm going to pull those lines off there. But it's something everybody should be doing. So like right now on gold, if my stops are ready to break even. So it's just below my order. So it's right there where the X is. So, and as I want to look to move my stop, well, then what I would do is come down in here and set alarm in here, maybe to that point right there. And just, if I can hit the right button, we'll just leave it at crossing. And I would just put like, what is that, level 4? That's on the alarm. So now I have that alarm hit or set. So if it comes back down there and hits that level, well, I'm going to be looking to move my stop at that point. I mean, I don't touch much on alarms, but alarms should be a key component in your I mean, they're there, so it should become a key component in your trading, especially if, you get up and down from your desk. A lot of people can't sit all day. So just even that, if you know you can't sit all day and you're going to be getting up and down from your computer, set alarms. If you know you're going to be running and getting coffee and might be doing something else, set alarms. Like me, I know I'm going to run and get coffee and do whatever. And so I might be upstairs for a while. Upstairs. I don't know if you can really call it that. It's like 2 stairs, 2 steps. I still get a ton of real estate calls. Now, I don't really need an alarm to let me know it's going the other way on gold. I took the trade for reasons why I took the trade. I guess I could. You could set an alarm back here. Basically, the only time I'd want to know as it's pulling back anything is if the 1 hour goes green. That would be it. And if it starts, if we get a good pullback to level 2, well, the 1 hour might, get pulled around with it. So we'll see on that. But that's the only thing I'm really concerned with, if the 1 hour goes green. Still I'm in negative on Bitcoin. I only put, what did I put? 3 on that. Very, very light trade. Oh, can you make sure you can hear me before I talk? Can everybody hear me all right? Now, those have been some nice moves on ES. I didn't trade either down or up on it. Didn't know it was going to be so smooth. Or I'd have put the whole bankroll on that. Had I known it was going to be so smooth, right? Did not know. So I am in the Aussie, the Australian dollar. I'm not in the CAD right now. So I did get in the Aussie. It's around 10 o'clock. It is not on this trade platform. It's on my other broker. So, but I'm watching it on this trade platform. So you guys know I had it marked up here. I actually traded it in here the other day, but since I've been going to the couch a little bit more today, I traded it. What do I want to do here? On my broker's platform. But when I traded last week, remember I traded twice last week on news. One was it was last Monday night. It was at 10:30 Monday night. And I was in at 7:06. I remember that trade. These are the kind of trades you remember very well. I don't remember all my day-to-day, but those trades I tend to remember a little bit easier because I'm only trading one thing. So during Australian news, guess what I'm trading? I'm trading the Australian dollar, and that's it. And so typically at night, it's the Australian dollar. It's the Kiwi. If I want to trade during the London session, it's going to be the pound or the euro. I did trade the yen the other day during some news it had. So traded a couple times last week. And if you remember the chart from last week, and it may be out in the Discord in its thread. I don't know for sure if it is out there. I'm going to go look real quick. It'd be under the Forex thread. Yeah, it is. So this is the chart that's out in the Forex thread. Okay, so that's the Aussie last week. And I had marked this lower zone down here. Okay, and I'll pull back and show you more why. I think you guys saw that when I was doing the live. But see, it comes back from a low back here. So as it was coming down, you know, we're always looking for a level of support. What's a great level of support to draw from? So we look at the lows, we look at the wicks, and it's from clear back here where I drew it. I really went out to a daily chart to look. Didn't really need to, but I went out to a daily, and that's what I saw. So for me, looking at a daily, you know, we have a level below it. So it's through it. So right now, the Australian dollar is underneath this green zone, and it pulled back to test it once it broke it. And I'll show you that in a minute. We'll dial down to a smaller time frame. So right now, my downtrend thinking is still intact. We do have an uptrend line, and that's from on back. I think I got to go to a weekly to actually see that, and that's even moved. I need to adjust that. That should be hitting here. So that fell off the wagon. Let's see where that is. So we still got distance to that line. So that's one of my targets, is this uptrend line as it broke through the zone. But until it broke through this zone, because as you look, you know, it pulled up and had a nice sweep down, and it stopped right there at that price. It just stopped. And if you look to the left, that's more of an inside top, not quite down to that level. And then it pulled back. So it bounced again and again, and this wick even hit again. So after that level was formed, you know, after it came down and formed that level as a low, you know, that's the low on this bounce, this swing, it held up not once, twice, but 3 times. So that was my only caution for going short before it hit that zone. We can short it if we got room to trade to that level, which we have. And then jumping back down then to the 4 hour, of course, it pulled through this level. Now, I'm not watching it on the 4. I'm watching it on a 3. And this is our green zone up above us. Let me make sure I can see what you guys are seeing here. Yeah. I want to make sure these zones, because on this monitor, it looks black in here, but it's not. So, again, it pulled down toward that lower level. Or sorry, our daily zone, which was here, the green zone. So that green zone, which looks really big because it is on the 3-minute, it broke down through there. So basically, I got in right here. So I wasn't watching this morning. I flipped over and I was on the couch for a while. So that's why I logged into MT4 and was looking to see if I could get in. So was only going to go short if the 1 hour turned back. So that was a 10 o'clock trade. Sorry. So basically, it pulled through the green zone, which is off the daily chart, pulled back, tested it twice, and I'm in. So I'm going to go out and close some because I haven't closed any yet. And ultimately, I'd love for it to go to the uptrend line that's below it, this green line here. So we could pick a price point of around 1890, around 1900, somewhere in there, 2000, around 2000. So it might just go to 2000, turn and bounce. I don't know if it'll go all the way down here to this low. So this would be a low you'd want to be aware of if it breaks that uptrend line. And of course, we've got some room for that to fall before it even gets down near there. Yeah, MC, I don't know. If you look at the chart, we had the news come out yesterday on the Canadian dollar. So we had a good move off that. That was the oh, I'm sorry. I'm half asleep. That was CPI yesterday. So at 8:30 our time, 8:30 my time at least, Eastern, 8:30 p.m. was CPI for the Canadian dollar. And of course, that's what I was trading and had kind of drawn a channel on there on my other platform. I didn't have it on this one either. So I had a channel and I was down on a 1 minute watching. So this is what I was trading off that CPI. So for me, the 1 hour had turned bullish, 15-minute 1 hour had turned bullish in here without even really so much as a move. If you look at where it signaled, and I am down on the 3, but if you look at where that signaled, it actually signaled here to go long on all two time frames. Sorry. The 15-minute followed the 1 hour. So you had just the 1 hour and 15 minutes saying buy against the 4 hour. So I didn't buy there. And of course, that's too close to news. I mean, I was waiting on news to come out. So that was like at what, 8 o'clock? 8:03. Had I been in on that, would have been great because it did shoot up. But whenever news comes out, we know it's more than likely a short-term profit. We don't expect them to run. I don't ever expect when I get in news for it to run. If it does, and I'm in it with runners, that's great. But you have to go for short-term targets and I normally dial down to a 3. If I can zoom over to where I was. It jumped me back. So I normally dial it down to like that. I'm down on a 1. So when it pulled back here just before news and created these couple candles, that's where I actually drew my line, my channel. And I'm looking to see what's going to hold up. I also had a line across here for support and resistance level, as well as a line down here since this was my previous low. So my charts get a lot of markings on them before news. And then I try and delete them off. But I'm looking at, the highs. I'm looking for high levels to break, high levels to test, which this was the level it pulled to. So if you got in long, you just have to be willing to pull partial quickly. I mean, we've got other targets way up here because last time it signaled to short was all across the board was over here like 8:03 p.m. on Monday. So it was in a short play with some decent retracements. So that I had the retracements marked out. I had the high marked out here before news. And then I marked this low because we'd just come off that, making that low. So I was like, great, it's formed a lower low. We'd think for it to do what? Go form a lower high and then a lower low again. So we're still in bearish. So as far as right there and then, to me, it was still in a bearish mode, even though the 1 hour went green. I'm thinking, okay, just going to get a deeper retracement, right? And that's what we got. Let me make sure. Can you guys hear me? I want to make sure this is on. Someone let me know if you can hear me. I think I'm on. So we think bigger retracement. Well, of course, news hit and it shot through the roof, but it stopped right here. It stopped at a previous high, right, for news. So again, you have to be willing to in and out, close your trade, because ultimately it just kept going back down, right? It kept scooting further back down. So after news is where it came back together, and then we have all three, red, and you want to look for a short. So shorting in there as it pulled below the, I was waiting on it to then, but I moved this. So I did move this. And even though it gave a short there, I didn't take that short. You guessed it. I waited for it to break out of that channel. So it gave us kind of a double top. Sorry. All right. Got my voice back. So I again took the trade after it broke. So I had moved my channel out to this point. So so originally this point was before news, right there. News went back and forth. And again, the news went right to this high and stopped. So that's part of why, if you're trading news, you got to be willing to just take what it gives you quickly and get out. I'm down on a 1 minute time frame. So during that 1 minute time frame, that thing just popped down and popped right on up there to give you some profit. If you use this current low for your stop, you got stopped out. Mine was way back here under here. No, sorry, I wasn't in this one. I'm sorry. I didn't get in. And then I waited for it to see if it was going to continue in its bearish pattern. Because again, it was bearish since 8 o'clock yesterday, a.m. Monday, 8 p.m. Monday. Is when the 1 hour and 4 hour, they've been bearish the whole time. So even though we've had decent pullbacks, they've been bearish. So if the 4 hour would have turned green, then I would have got in long. But it didn't. Instead, and then what happened is when it came and formed this low, since the 1 hour was still green, right? So we had our bounces in here, formed this low, the 1 hour still green. At that point, I moved this out. And then I'm looking to see what happens. It pulled up to break that high. And at that point, I'm typically dialing back to a 3 and waiting on a break. After that played out like that. So then I'm watching, and it broke here. And it actually signaled right there. I'm not taking any of those. I was waiting on the channel to break. So for me, that's my signal to go short. I'm either taking it there with partial lots or waiting on it to pull back to a better buy position, better price. So either one of them red candles, this red candle, any one of them you could enter on the 15 minutes, realigning every time with the 1 and 4. So that's your short. But I don't know what her resignation actually played in this, if any, because it really depends on, since she resigned early, if nobody knew about it, the market makers, it really depends on when they found out about it, because they're the ones that, with the volume trading come in and they can move the market. So I don't know if she really played anything into it, because the news came out later in the afternoon that she resigned and everything else. So, and then it was, if you look back at publications, I think the timestamps are all like 20 hours ago or 24 hours ago, or you'd have to look back and see. But again, her resigning earlier, it really depends on who knew about it when she did it early, if she played any part in this downward move. Because after that, we just haven't seen it. I mean, it just, fell slightly. So I don't know if she really played a role in that, or her resignation did. And you'll see all kinds of stuff where they're going to say, well, the Canadian dollar dropped X amount, because it's down around 70 now. 70 cents on the dollar. But we had CPI that pushed it up. So it could have fell off of her resigning. I'm not saying she didn't have a role in it, or her resigning didn't. It did. I just don't know how much of that was due to her resigning. Yeah, I love news trading, but I'm down on a 1 minute if I'm taking them. Still in Bitcoin, still in gold. Glad you finally got to what'd you finally get to? Wasn't it 2 to 1? You just had one contract on, didn't you? On platinum. It's gonna be interesting to see what it does. at FOMC, not non-farm. I would have been on a little earlier, or on and off a little earlier, but there was a mix-up with the insurance cards. My wife was mad at me, telling me she gave me my new one, and she gave me the wrong one, and so we couldn't get prescriptions filled yesterday. I had to call and straighten up because she was too mad to call anybody. Wasn't my fault. It ended up being hers, but I won't tell her that. This will put another nail in my coffin. So I like where Bitcoin's at because it's pushing to make a lower low. It pulled back quite a bit. So still in it and still absolutely nowhere. I'm up $250. I guess it's not absolutely nowhere. This trade I got 10 on, or 6. I only put 6 on. So I'm up quite a bit. So this is a small account too. So I'm probably going to, I was wanting it to get to 2 to 1, but since I'm up that amount of profit, I'll probably close off some. Not probably, I will. It's hit 300. So I'm going for, because of news, because of FOMC coming out later, I'm going to go for profit over potential. Because I know I also have the potential of it turning back around. So I see profit, I'm going to take profit. Taking profit over potential profit today. So I'm going to close off. I'm just going to close half. I'm closing 3. It's at 3. It was at 300. So I'm closing half. So 150 on there. And I'm going to leave my stop where it is. So my stop's still out where it was. So I could still be upside down on this trade. I should put a marker where I closed. Turn the magnet back off. What is that? 9.2. So I closed off half their left stop where it was. And again, I chose to close partial because, one, we have FOMC coming out in just a few hours. So I need to be in a profitable position. But this still could turn out to be a negative trade because I only closed half. And I was only maybe, halfway? Not quite even halfway to my 1-to-1. So if I do get to move my stop to halfway, would be great. And then it's going to be a break-even trade for me. So if it gets down to 1-to-1 and I decide to move my stop here at halfway point, since I closed out about halfway there, it's going to be at a small negative or a small loss or a break-even. That's kind of an on the fly decision, but we have non-farm coming out in a few, so I wanted to close some off. That lowers my risk of my potential loss. Then I just cut that down because now if it goes back and hits my stop, I'll only be stopped out of 3 contracts instead of 6, and I'll take that being set up that way before non-farm. FOMC. Sorry. Gold's completely pulled back. It almost pulled to level 2, not quite. I'm still in it. Still my stops where it is here. So that one I'm a little better set up. I need to turn this back to ES. ES has just had some huge swings. And here's something we don't know. This is a big unknown, guys. Here's ES. I mean, that looks beautiful. To me, that's what I'd love to see every day. But if we knew this was going to happen every day, guess who else would know this was going to happen every day? And guess who actually moves the market? It's not us. So this would not last long. This moving like this, and it looks great. You got a couple cells here. I know they're a little different because I'm on Trade-Evate. I'm trying to get another account set up, but it won't allow me to log in on this platform. So great swings on it had we known it was going to happen. But you go down and look at the lower time or different indices, it's still similar moves, not quite the same. That's totally different. Russell's totally different. And then the Dow's totally different. So that's one of the woes where I mentioned before, if you're going to trade an indice, you got to kind of look and see which one you're going to trade, which one looks better moving into the market. And you don't always know. You might pick the wrong one to trade. That's happened several times where I've picked, ES and Nasdaq's been the one to run, or I've picked Nasdaq and ES has been the one to run. And then a couple of weeks ago, it was 2 or 3 weeks ago, I picked Nasdaq and it was the one that ran. And my runners, my one runner, last runner was like $485 or something like that when I closed out. So that was one runner off the whole trade. So you don't always know which one is going to run. I always like to pick one indice and then trade the one. And you might pick the wrong one. You just have to go on. You just have to say, okay, today I picked the wrong one. And you have to deal with what it gives you. That one gives you. It's either going to give you a lot of difficulty and you're going to have a rough day trading it, or you're going to have a nice day trading it and your runners are going to be able to stay on. And like that one Nasdaq trade where the last runner hit $485 on one little contract. But you don't know which one's going to do that. There's no crystal ball to this. There's nobody that can. I can't do it. There's nobody that can do it. Nobody can look at you and say, hey, tomorrow trade Nasdaq because it's going to break and run. Oh, tomorrow don't trade Bitcoin or gold. It's going to be a rough day. Trade something else. Trade oil because it's going to run. It's going to be smooth trading. Nobody. I wish there was somebody that could tell us that. But there isn't. So we make our decisions and then we have to just deal with what the market gives us after we decide to trade. Now you can switch in the day. You decide something else is moving better if you took a loss. And of course, that's why I'm watching 4 different instruments. Usually 6, but today I'm only watching 4. Did anyone take a chance on ES on this bounce? Oh, when I was trading way back then, 2004, I started out with 1. So I was trained on ES because then the tools adapt to anything. So in 2004, it was ES only, or sorry, ES. It was gold, or euro only back then. And then right about 6 months later, I got into watching 2, and it was ES and the pound. And the reason why is because they mirror each other. So you almost get exact moves. However, the pound is squirrely. It's kind of like trading ES versus Nasdaq. You expect the Nasdaq to give you problems. It's the problem child. Same with euro and pound. You expect the euro to be your good child that falls in line, that does what you ask, that helps out around the house, but not the pound. You expect the So I have 2 children, and my daughters like the ES or euro, ES and euro. My son's like the pound or Nasdaq. When I ask him to take the trash out, he takes the bag out of the kitchen can and tosses it on the front porch. That's no lie. He'll get it later. And it might be 2 or 3 days later. Luckily, our front porch is fenced in where nobody sees it. He is like British pound and Nasdaq. And my daughter is the opposite. So if that puts it into a little more perspective, she listens. She's the good child. He's good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he's not, but ask him to take the trash out and see what you get. So, but yeah, it was euro only about 6 months in. And when I say 6 months in, it was 6 months when I was all on my own. So I went through training over 4 months. So when I say 6 months in, it was 6 months after the 4 months. So it was 10 months in to my total. So I was focused only on euro, and then I went to euro pound because it started in, let's see, I got down there in March. The training started in like June. Was it June? May. It was in May. And I ended that, and then it was in my next year. So spring of 2005 is when I decided to look at the pound as well. That's also when I dropped to a lower time frame. So instead of 15-minute, because that's what I was trained on, 15-minute. I would get into a trade on the 15-minute chart, good solid entry, and it would go in the positive, and I'd be up $200-$300, and then it would go down and pull back and hit my stop. And I'm like, but I'm in good entries. Some of them would be positive. They would keep going, but a lot of them pulled back. And I'd watch my profit disappear. So that's part of where the see profit, take profit, close partial to get some of that. So that's what I do. I was still watching on the 15. I'd be up in profit, and I would close part of my trade off. So that was where I was at. Well, then it's kind of hard to tell. I was going solely off price on the 15-minute. Just prices up, hits a daily target. Because remember, I needed 5,000 a day. Or a day. Yeah, I needed 5,000 a month. So I had to make 5,000 a month was my goal. So I would see that profit and just close partial. And I was leaving runners on and not moving my stop. So I was willing to take a small loss against my gains. And then I dialed down on the 5-minute. So I could see things a little better. See the moves that were happening. That on the 15-minute, you're just seeing a candle move up and down. So you're watching a 15-minute, you see candle go up. Now it goes back down. Candle go up, back down. You're watching that on a 15-minute candle just going up and down. So by dialing down on a 5, I was able to see swings. And then with the indices then coming on board, I've dropped to 3-minute. So yeah, it was about 10 months in where I started looking at 2. I didn't start looking at 4 till that next year. That year ended. So it was 1 for 10 months. and then 2 for another year. And then I started looking at 4. By 2006, I was trying to place all this right. 2004, 2005, 6. Yeah, it was toward the end of 2005. I was at 4. And then what I started doing was watching all of it on like side monitors. I was still only trading 4. So I was kind of scanning, looking for the best moves, looking for a good setup, but I was only jumping in 4 at a time still. And then came with that news trade. So if there was news on the Australian dollar, I don't watch the Australian dollar. Like right now, I'm not watching the Australian dollar. But when there's news that comes out on the Australian dollar at night, I am only watching the Australian dollar. So same with the Kiwi. I wouldn't dare look at the Kiwi now. I just don't. It's off market for it. So we have a Sydney session, and that's when the Kiwi and the New Zealand dollar gets traded. And just don't expect much out of it. It's not a big mover. Their market's not huge. Things don't move. So we don't expect huge moves if I trade the Kiwi. So if I'm going to trade the Kiwi, it's during the Sydney session leading into the Asian session. If there's news, I'll look at it and trade it. If there's no news, I don't even bother. It's just not worth my time. So, because you also got to have time away from the computers. So I'm not going to sit and trade the Kiwi if there's no news. So if there's news on the Australian dollar, which happens during the Asian session or late in the afternoon, toward evening, I will trade that. So again, like last Monday, it was not this past Monday, but the Monday before, it was 10:30 at night when the news was coming out. I happened to get into a trade at 7:06. So I was in well before the news came out. And then last Wednesday, don't ask me which release it was. I'd have to go look. But last Wednesday at 7:30, there was news on the Australian dollar, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. So I was there to trade the Australian dollar. Didn't look at anything else, not gold, Bitcoin. I'm only trading that currency that time. So if I stay up, which I almost did last night, but I know I need sleep. It was like 1 o'clock last night, and I almost stayed up to trade the London session, but decided not to. I decided to take sleep over trading. But that's kind of how it went down, because if you look at my computer screen at 2006, I think I have like 9. I think I got 12 charts open. I believe it's 12. Yeah, I'll slide this over real quick. I'll slide it off. I'll wait till the candles print here. So I got I've got 8 monitors, a laptop open, a TV, and then my phone. I had a HTC slide phone. It was the first HTC I had. Loved the thing, loved the brand. And I was able to download MetaTrader 4 to it. It was my backup. We lost power a lot. I was in Naples, Florida. So we lost power quite a bit. So that my phone was my backup. And then ultimately call your broker. I don't have an issue with calling your broker if all's said and done and you're off of everything. So that's my setup there. So as you can see, TV here watching news, laptop here logged in. I traded on these 4 monitors. These were like 19-inch, I think. I don't know, maybe bigger. They're widescreen. Those are the 4 I traded on actively. These over here, you can see the center of my monitors. They kind of split screens. That's actually 9. right where the hand is 1. Is that what you guys are seeing? I don't know what you guys are seeing. Yeah. So this hand is covering up one chart. This one's now covering up one chart. You have to take the center of the monitor out. Those aren't 2 different charts. It's half. And then we have one clearly here. So it's 3 across and then 3 down. Same thing. This middle chart, these middle 3 charts, the monitor's kind of splitting it up. So that was kind of crusty and nasty to try and look at, but it worked. But those, they're on like the back burner. I'm not trading all this. I don't recommend trading all that at all, but they're on like my back burner. These are the 4 that I'm trading. If I want to take a trade on one of these over here, or if I have news coming out on one of those, then it comes over here. I just change over here. If you look at the indicator on the bottom, see, this is back in 2006. So this is kind of what you guys are looking at, the 1 hour, 15, or the 15, the 1 hour, and the 4 hour. Okay. And then I also had the 5 minute that popped up arrows on here on the actual chart itself. So a little bit different, but this is back in 2006. So this isn't something I just started doing. But that's how my monitor. So I was watching several things in 2006, but I was not trading all of them. I think it's okay to scan in the morning and decide on what you think you want to trade. So just like indices, I don't know what I'm going to trade. I normally watch 2 things. So I normally have 6 screens up: gold, Bitcoin, and oil across the top, platinum, ES, and Nasdaq across the bottom, in that order. And then, but I'll scan like ES, Nasdaq, Russell, and Dow. Those 4 indices, I will look down at each one, see what looks nice, what looks appealing to me as far as the bounces. I'm looking at the bounces. I'm looking at what it looks like overall. Before I ever decide to place a trade on them. Now I got to stop giving my wife a hard time. She's been good to me. Always has. I like giving her a hard time, though. She likes giving me a hard time. I spent many nights sitting there at that setup with Holden Tyler at 3 in the morning, 2, 3 in the morning, trading the London session while he's on my shoulder. He just did not like to sleep through the night. So I'd just take him in there. Other than daddy and mommy, his 3rd word was buy. And that's no lie. It was actually buy. And that's because he sat there on my shoulder in that room, and we had a trade room that we were trading in. It's kind of like this, but it's pretty much the same. It's like a Zoom or something. It was through a company in Canada, and they were just getting started. So we were testing it, but it was trade room where everybody's in there just commenting whatever. And I was the only one that had my screen on. So it's kind of like this. Nobody really wanted to talk, which was okay. Let me turn my ringer down. And I told that person, it's one of the real estate guys, I told him to call me after 4. It is not even close. So yeah, and it was funny was back then I had a guy that would always trade opposite, and that's no lie. We'd be in a big free fall down, and he would actually every time it would give a signal to sell, he would buy 4 times in a row. I've told that story before, but there was a week, and I can't remember which it was. I want to say euro, but it might have been the pound, that there was a whole week where it just went down, and it would go down, and our signal would come up, and it said sell. It was after a pullback. So it'd be moving down. It'd pull back. After the pullback, we'd get a red signal, sell. Everything would be lined up red. He would buy. And then we get another big pullback. He'd get stopped out. So it would shoot down, same continuation, keep going down. Then it would pull back and give us a signal sell. He would buy. Guys, this is no lie. 4 signals to sell in the week. And we're holding trades. Everybody was in Forex then. We're holding trades. None of this prop firm. It was all either demo or real money. So 4 signals to go short in a week. He bought every one. And I'd ask him because he's in California. And I pulled up the charting on the computer. I had him log into my computer. We're on the phone. I'm like, tell me why you bought here. The first one. He's like, well, this is no lie. This is what he said. Well, it had moved so far. I figured since it's pulling back, it has to pull back further. I was like, what makes you think it has to pull back? You're saying words to me that should not exist in your vocabulary. It's pulled back far enough already. It has to pull back further. I'm like, what makes you think it has to pull back further? I said, nothing I see on my chart tells me that. I don't know, just a feeling that since it's pulled back so far, it's going to keep going. And I was like, okay, so that was a loss. Yep. Like, okay, let's look at this second entry. So it's pulled down further, like twice as far as it had pulled back. The thing you love to see. So it goes down. Let's say it goes down 4 times your profit target. Someone's texting me now. Let me shut that off. I'm popular today. This is like every day, guys. Text, phone call. I just got to make sure it wasn't Beth. I wish I still had the chart to show you guys. So let's say you get in short and it moves and hits it. And I'm talking huge level. So let's say it hits 4 times your profit, 4 times. And it pulls back 1 time, 1 level back. And then it moves 4 times again. And then it pulls back one level. And then it moves 4 levels again. That's the kind of move this was. And it happened over, and this was a huge move over the 4 days. The second trade, I'm like, okay, signals say short. Why? I'm assuming you took a long. He's like, yeah, I took a long. I'm like, why? He goes, well, it's pulling back. I'm like, yeah, it is pulling back, but my signals are there to tell you that it's done pulling back or possibly done pulling back. Get in short. I think I texted her back too late. I think she already left. So that was his thinking. And it's kind of like on here on gold or on Bitcoin where, you would get a signal to sell and it would go down. Well, now we get this where we're pulling back. And this is no lie. This is what he would do. I can't move it off. And this isn't a great example. I don't know if this will end up being an example or not. But it's the only chart I got up here that's close. So again, everything lined up to sell, you sell, you pull back. And he might have bought there on that pullback. And then it comes down to do what? Stops him out. So the signals are telling me to sell there. And he's buying. Okay, with the stop, I don't know where a stop would be, probably just below the low. He gets stopped out. We get a pullback. And on that pullback, we would get another signal to say sell. Or even sell here. Which if you're using trend line and retracement lines, guys, it's going to keep you out of that one right there. That says sell or might. Depends on when you get to draw it. But he would sit there instead of selling, he would buy. And I'd say, why did you just buy? Well, it's pulling back. I'm like, yeah, but the indicator is supposed to be telling you that pullback is over or possibly over. It's not 100% accurate. I mean, you'll get in some, they'll say sell, and it'll go against you for a while or maybe stop you out. And that's okay. But we don't want that happening every time, do we? We don't. So we just have to stick to the rules that we make and trade it. But yeah, once in a while we might get in. It might keep pushing back like this one. This 15-minute or 3-minute candle, says sell right there, which you would have been here. What your stop should be where? If you got in this short, where should your stop be? Not at the current high. I don't use current highs. I go one high back, which is right there. Well, then I'd still be in positive trade when it came down here. Would have been able to close partial. Okay. So yes, that's going to happen where it might pull deeper on you once in a while. But he would buy there. And then I'd say, okay, I'm assuming since it's pulled back, that was a loss. So you took 1, 2, 3 losses. Yep. Took a loss because he took a buy. So as it pulled back, and right here, this is not a bad example of what he went through. So we just had a signal here to short. He would have bought that. Not to say it might not keep going up, but his did not. Every one of his failed to go up after he got in. So he took, that's your guys' chart. Sorry, I stole your chart. So every one of those, he actually took long because in his mind, he's like, well, it's already started its move back. So he's basically wanting to predict and say, nope, that's as far as it's going short, because by the end of the week, he had seen that long move down. And the only way I can find it is by looking at something that with the long way down. But it would be like as if this is what he was trading. That's a long move down from left to right. Only here did everything go green, 4 hour and all. So it would come up after everything's in line, right, which is right here. That's your first signal to sell. Everything's lined up. I'm not going to try and get it in there. It's right there somewhere. First signal to sell, right? And he didn't even sell on that one. He bought on that, thinking that it was pulling up here and pulling down, and that was going to be a bounce. So he's trying to predict, not going off the signal. So he did not sell. And it come down and he took a loss. Well, then basically on the pullback right here, on the pullback, you're waiting for it to break a line and give you a reason to sell again. Well, you get another 15-minute sell, which would have been an arrow popping up there. I just don't have the arrows popping up at the price points right now. And hopefully this will all get finished by the end of the year. That'd be another sell. He bought, but then got stopped out on the move down. What we're doing, though, is we're selling. It goes down on the pullback. We wait for another entry. If we want to add on, we're adding on. We've already closed partial. You put 10 on or 20 on. Put 10 on, closed out 8. You got 2 runners. Up here, you get another sell. You put 10 on, you close out 8. You got 2 runners. You're looking for multiple sell positions. If it came up in here and you took a sell off of a break of a retracement line, if you closed partial here, you'd have 2 runners. If you didn't close partial here, then you're not going to sell here. You want to only add on a full trade after you've been able to close partial. So on this move down, if you closed 8, you'd have 2 runners. So now you'd have 2 from there, 2 from there, 2 from this sell, if you took it. So if you happen to take that, this is how it's supposed to play out. So you took a sell. If it went down, again, if that was enough and you were able to close out 8, then you would take another entry in here when it broke the retracement line. Okay. If it did not, if you were not able to close out 8, then you don't take this trade. Okay. Because that would be another 10 on, right? So you just don't take that one. So if you did take it, if you closed out 8, it took this trade and were able to close out 8 again, you would have 8 runners on. And we know we're getting a pullback here because of the 1 hour turn. So expect a deeper pullback. I don't know any of you that would have been able to ride that news. That's leaving your stop way out there, you know, on these. I'm okay with leaving my stop out there because originally this is the trade I got in on. So that's the original trade you get in on with your stop above. My stop would have been way back here. I like to leave my stop out there and give it room. I don't like to use the current high. So that would be my stop altogether, is up above these highs. You can see that that level up there, price level's been respected. So I want to put that in the way of my stop. It's a price level that I'm definitely aware of. I can see it. And as you look, it had been respected several times in here. So I would use that and go with my stop above it. So if that's too far of a stop, don't do 10 contracts, do 4, 5, 6, whatever. Adjust your contract size, not your stop size. And you look at it after the fact. This is trading after the fact. Well, if I would have had my stop there, I would have never been even close to taking out. And that's great. You can say that now, but say that when the trade is forming. Say that when this is all you see. When that's all you see, to me, that's a super tight stop, because I know that the market may go back up to test these highs. So I'm going to go there at the time I'm taking the trade. Again, looking back, you can easily say, well, I could have just went with the current high. So when you do go back into a replay or whatever, and you look back at the market and how you could have remanaged the trade or managed it better, if you take losses, specifically look at, are you using a current high or using the previous high? If you are using the current high and get stopped out, did it breach and go above where you would have put the stop above the previous high? That's something you should be always looking at, especially when you're looking at losing trades. Again, if you take a trade like this and you put your stop here and you get stopped out, so it pulls up, stops you out, and then goes in your direction, because I know you've seen it where you just barely get stopped out and it goes in your direction. Specifically look at those and go, well, what if I would have used the previous high? What if I would have used that high level, had my stop above that? Then look and see after entry, did you get taken out, you know, all the way up here or not? Or would you been in on this whole drop? So on the bigger trades that I'm trading in Forex, I like to leave my stops out. So I typically only pull them, like, I don't even use these levels here. They're too aggressive for on the Forex trades. I'll use the high and low swings is what I'm doing. So I'm looking specifically at highs and lows, and I'm watching the swings. And as it pulls down and makes a high, I'm going to stay up above that high. So, and then what I like to do is find just a stopping point. And these are the big trades where I'm putting on like 40 contracts. So because typically in Forex, I'm doing 20, 30, or 40. There's only once I've done 60. So I'm putting on 40 and I'm closing out 3/4 at partial. I'm closing 30. It's 3/4. If I put on 40, it's 3/4 is 30. Put on 20, I'm closing 15. I will move my stop more to a break-even point on the remainder and leave it go. And just leave it go. That's how I end up with the super huge ones. I am not in this, or I am still in this anyways. But that's what you have to do, because you got to ride these. But that's what he was involved in. Just a lot of, didn't mean to steal your charts there. Trading against the signal. So we hit noon. Again, this is the only time I'd consider trading afternoon, is a news release. Yeah, and it's hard not to. It is 100% hard not to hope, and that it's going to go in your direction. I mean, when we get in a trade, we always hope it's going to go our way. The biggest thing I've found is just let the signals, and I'm guilty of it, ignoring a 1 hour turn if I'm in short or something. So there's 12 o'clock, which would normally mean don't take a trade afternoon. So I'm not taking anything new till around non-farm or FOMC. I'm just, every news release is from now on FOMC. So ES did give an all-in signal to go up. I don't know if anyone took that. Shoot me the details on the house. I need to know the amount you guys are wanting, the asking price. Are there renters in it, or is it vacant? What is your closing date set? Sorry, was this thing on? I was talking to someone about a deal. I still do real estate deals, so I still have people sending me a bunch of stuff. Very selective now. Back in the day, I didn't have to be so selective. There's a ton more players in the game. I actually like the houses that are more destroyed than anything else because there's less buyers competing. Last two of those I went to, there was only 3 people looking at them. And one of them, I think I told you guys the other day, I was sitting there, the seller's friend, because the seller's in Florida. The owner of the house passed away. And the seller was her sister. She's in Florida. So she had a friend of hers from Beaver Creek come over and show me the house. Well, I pulled up. She's still outside in her car. So I didn't get out till she got out. Well, she sat there. Well, then another car came pulling up. And when the guy got out of the truck, I knew who he was. It didn't faze me because I know I can buy at a lower price than him. Because his contractor doesn't do what I can do. So I have my own construction company, and I've kind of weaned away from that. I don't manage it day to day, and I kind of want to shut it down, but I have a good guy managing it. And he's been gone for months because his son got killed in an auto accident. 15, got hit by a truck in a crosswalk where the lights were on. So it was devastating for him. And he's a vet. He already had PTSD. I mean, he hasn't returned back to work. So I don't know if I'll keep that side of the business. So anyways, I had to outsource a lot of it to another contractor, which means I have to pay out more money because my main contractor moved to Florida. So, but anyways, at the time, I could still beat him out in a price because of that, because he's subbing everything out, and he doesn't have his ducks in a row. You don't have to take subcontractors. You give them a price. I have never asked for a subcontractor what he is bidding on to replace windows. I got 12 windows in a house I want to replace. I don't ask. I already know what it costs to replace those windows. I know my product prices, and then I know what it should cost to install. I just tell them I need 12 windows to replace. The inside, I've already measured. The inside, you'll be able to caulk them only to seal them. The outside, you'll have to wrap with some metal. It should be. I used to have a guy that did it $70 per window until he passed away a couple of years ago. So for me, it's $100 a window. So 12 windows is $1,200 in labor. I don't let them buy the windows. I buy the windows. And that happens with every trade. You control the price as the investor. You don't let the subcontractors control the price. And I have all kinds of contingencies in my contracts for once you start the work, there better be 2 guys there on the job whenever you start. And we'll have a start date. And for windows, you should be done in 1 day. 12 windows like that. My guy, he could come in, and the last one he did for me was 11 windows and a sliding door wrap, because my guys did the sliding door. I wanted them to have experience doing it. And they were done in 4 hours with all of it. So you just need to know. But that's because I was in construction a long time. So that's where that plays out. You just got to know your business. Don't let someone else know your business better than you, I guess is what I'm saying. If it's your business, you should know all the ins and outs. You don't let someone else know the business better than you, because that subcontractor is going to take advantage of you. Well, they're just going to try and get as much as they can. They're going to start at the highest they think they can get away with, and then you're going to come down. This is what I got in the budget. They're going to go a little bit. They will never come down to your budgeted price right away. They're going to come down close and see if that's your true budget, and you're going to go up in price and pay them a little more than you wanted to. So basically for me is I have them come in, I have a sheet of paper I give them and said, I'm buying the windows, already have measured. This is what I'll pay you to do them. And I normally send that out to them and they can go walk around the house. But anyways, the guy gets out of the car and I know who he is. Walk up and he just laughs and smiles and he goes, I'm going to walk through the house because I told this lady I'd come out and look at it. But I already know you're going to beat me out in price. And it may be too much for me to do anyways. But I'll do it out of courtesy to her. And that's what he did. So we're walking through it. And eventually he's like, yeah, this is too much for my guys. His subcontractor won't do as much work that was needed in there. So that he just dropped out of the race. But I still gave her what I had planned. That didn't mean I was giving her less. We did, MC. Since you mentioned that, yeah. And they're across the United States. So one of them was SFR3. And they purchased in several countries, in several states. With that we hooked up with them years ago. And with that company, I had to pay out of pocket everything for material. When they bought a house, it was a full rehab. So it was bathrooms, gutted. Full rehab in the bathroom, full kitchen. If they kept bathrooms, it was because they were really upscale and nice. We redid the kitchens, and it was everything. All new cabinets and granite tops. It didn't matter what area or what zone you were in. Their thought process was granite's going to hold up over Formica. Their business plan is much like every institutional buyer of homes. They buy homes and redo them. 15 years later, they're going to sell them. So I've got a list of homes that have been bought throughout the years. It's real easy to get in our counties because our counties list rental records. So you can actually go out and find out who the buyers are. I know who owns the most in Montgomery County, Ohio. I know who owns the most rentals. They actually bought out a company called Huber Homes, and that they're Vinebrook. They bought out Huber Homes out of business. And Vinebrook is also one that first year they bought 5,000 homes off Huber Homes. 5,000 and something. And they buy in multiple states. And they typically are buying like 20 and 30 every month. SFR3 was buying anywhere from 40 to 60 a month, all the way down to Cincinnati, from Dayton to Cincinnati. So pretty big players in our area. So with Vinebrook, they supply the material. That's the same thing I do. Same business model. They know what material costs. They know what they want to pay out in labor. They supply the material, you go do the job. It's very clear and cut. You want to work for them. You want to go, refinish a floor in a home. That the refinishing floors is a little different. When we did those, the hardwood floors, I was able to give them my price. Concrete work, I was able to have my friend that does concrete. He gave me a bid. I'd send him out. He'd give me a bid. And that was what we priced it at. They were pretty much stuck with that. It's a little different. But on the inside stuff and the outside to the house, it was more cut and dry. It's like, if you want to do this house, so we'd get a whole list. If we wanted to do one of their homes, they'd supply all the material and we'd do what we needed. If we needed other material, we'd just go get it on their dime, their card. But the SFR3, that was different. I would get a list of things they want to do to the house. I had to put up the money to do the whole remodel. And then I would get paid back. So my first SFR3 was first that we joined. I took on 4 homes at one time. And had 4 2-man crews doing them. And my main guy bouncing between the 4. And they were all, it averaged out to 30,000 a home. One was like 35,000, one was 23, but on the average, it was around 30, 35,000 that I had to have the money in my bank to cover. So you just had to have the money to bankroll those. They were both good companies to work for. I never had issues. I heard all kinds of other people having issues, but from payment to everything else, I never had one single issue. So I think those issues were probably on their side, not the company. Yeah, and the one that we did the full remodels. So the SFR3, where we went in and remodeled the house, put the granite in, all that. Their business model was this: they're going to buy a house, 100 grand, let's say, throw 45 in it. They have two plans, two exit strategies. Imagine that. Same as in trading. We got two exit strategies. They would, or a few, they would put it up for sale. So full remodel, they put it up for sale. But let's say the house should sell at 200,000. They're going to throw it at 250 because of the market, because of how everyone's been overpaying. They will throw the house up for 230 or 250. I don't know the exact numbers on there, but they list it well over market price. So let's say it should sell at 200. That should be the top that you can get. They're going to throw 230 on there, 250. They're going to wait a month. If they get a contract on it within that month, well, then the house, they're going to sell it at that 230, 250. Once the month passes, they're going to throw a renter in it. They literally have renters lined up because you're getting a house that's brand new on the inside. And there's nothing wrong on the outside. Typically a brand new furnace, brand new water heaters in all of them. So as a renter, that's gold. To know that you're getting in a house that all the kitchen cabinets are replaced, granite tops, everything has been gone through. All the doors work properly. No rubbing, no sticking. There's brand new fixtures in the bathroom, vanities, toilets brand new, tubs brand new, unless it was a newer tub. But the fixtures in the tub got replaced. Closets where there were no closets, there should have been closets because the previous landlord was calling the attic a bedroom, but it had no closet at all. So we added 2 closets to the end. That was just one house I remember offhand. So as a renter, again, that's gold. If I can move from where I'm at renting now, where the landlord doesn't fix a thing, to where this house has been totally rehabbed, kitchen's brand new. Oh, and the flooring and carpet was all new too. Every house for them got the LVP flooring and brand new carpet. For Vinebrook, if it was hardwood floors, we'd finish. They did do carpet. If the carpet was good, they'd keep it. So it's not your typical landlord, but it was getting close. I drew the line at some of the things they wanted to keep and said, nope, if you're not replacing all the carpet in this one, I don't even want the whole job. I mean, I held them accountable. It's like, we went in one that was hardwood floors. Can you refinish all the hardwood floors? Well, we can. This is what it'll cost you. I was like, what are you doing in these 2 bedrooms? Because they were ripping carpet out of one and wanting us to finish the floor. The other 2 bedrooms, I'm like, the carpet was nasty, not nasty, but I'm like, you need to just bite it and replace it. And they didn't like that, but I flat out told the guy, I'm like, I don't want this house if you're not replacing that carpet, or you pull it and let us finish the floors. I don't care what you do. Carpet's cheaper. But I said, if you're not willing to do it, show me another house. Yes. You got to treat people better than that. I wouldn't, if I buy a house and hold it as a rental, I don't keep that in there. I don't keep carpet that's been in there even 5 or 6 years. I don't care how long it's been in there. It's coming up. So they were fun to work for. multiple going on. But then my main contractor wanted to move to Florida. So he's down now in Bradenton, and I'm looking down there to buy a couple places for him to flip for me down there. And we're going to Airbnb. But that left me with a contractor to do my homes up here. And I wasn't looking for a day job. This is my day job. So I wasn't looking to get back in the game and manage houses and projects when he left. So one of his main guys, before he left, a guy that had been with him for years, started coming to work for me, was not ready to manage these at all. So I had to teach him things, get him up to speed fast. So I had to do a little more management than I wanted, and then the car accident happened with the son. So I had to scramble. And I've got other contractors in my list that I would use for one-offs that I haven't used in years. So I've had to renegotiate some of the pricing, and they're taking a bigger chunk, but I'm okay with that. Because I fit the real estate deals in while I'm working here. But yeah, there's some big players. Though we did a 100-house deal. I think I told you guys that a couple weeks ago. I try not to talk about real estate while I'm in here because this is not a real estate group, but had 100 homes we bought from a company in California, and they were at the 15-year threshold. So those are the 100 that were built in Dayton. 2-story. They were all 4-bedroom, 2-bath with a attached garage. They were 2 stories, and they were the ones that come in on the trucks, the semis, already pre-assembled. So they basically have 4 halves, and they get seamed together on site. They did 100 of those. That was part of the deal they made with the city of Dayton when they got the lots. So these were all double lots in Dayton. They got for $1 each, but they had to have a plan. So that was part of the deal. You're getting these 100 double wide lots. So 2 lots each home, but you're going to build on them. What are you building? Well, we're building these 4-bedroom, 2-bath, because they could charge more. They could have done 3-bedroom, 1-bath, but they get to charge more for the 4 beds. And there's not a lot of 4 beds in the area where they're at. So that was genius. They've got 4 beds in there. So, and 2 baths, 1 up and 1 down. So their business model, typically when they do that, when these hedge funds come in and all that, is to buy the properties, build the homes. In this case, it was get the properties, build the homes. And you're going to keep them for 15 years because 15 years, things start falling apart drastically. Water heaters, you've already replaced. On average, depending on which one, it's like 5 to 10 years if you're lucky. And that's because people don't do maintenance on their water heater ever. I do. Mine gets drained every year like it's supposed to. Flush, drain, and flush. I don't do it. I have my brother come out and do it now. He's got 3 kids. I could still go do it. It's not that I don't want to, but I got 3 nephews. So I like helping my brother. I like having him come over and do stuff. He doesn't mind. That puts money in his pocket, though. So anyways, that's it. Or if they buy houses like SFR3 I was talking about earlier, they bought all these homes. We would go in and remodel them. It's a full remodel. Everything's new, fresh paint. We're even doing doorknobs on all of them. Typically on all of them. The doorknobs come off, hinges replaced. All the doors, making sure they shut properly, latch properly, don't stick. Bathrooms, you're replacing everything but the tub sometimes, depends on the tub, but everything else is gone. And then a kitchen, everything gutted. All brand new with granite tops. So they were nice homes. I really liked doing those. They were really nice. We stopped doing stuff for them a couple years ago. They stopped buying in our area. But they stopped buying in Cleveland first. So I know other investors across the country in different states. And so I know which states they stopped in. They'd call and let me know. Like, hey, are they still buying? One guy called me from Cleveland. Are they still buying in your area? Yes, they are. Said they're still buying. And they had stopped in Cleveland because they bought so much up there. And they were becoming to where they weren't being able to rent them out quick enough, according to their business model. So they never did start buying again up there. And then they froze from buying in our area. So now that it's afternoon, this is where I'd like to go into the charting, find some highs and lows, draw some trend lines, if you can draw trend lines, and then look and see how those hold up before FOMC. I think I got the magnet shut off. So I, go in, find highs and lows, definitely mark them before news, because those are going to be levels that more than likely will hold up during this release. And as you look, I'm marking the high on this one. If I come down and look and mark the wick or the candle body, look to the left. It's the same price right here. So I'm not going to mark that as the level though, because I know that ES could pop above that during the news. And I might be a little premature in drawing them. So I might have to look for other levels, but this is what you should do before FOMC comes out. Mark your levels, mark your zone. Well, we're not really drawing zones. We're more just into levels. Sorry, that's not a jittery hand. That's me coughing. So mark some levels in there. And again, I'm kind of early. What time is it? It's 12:30. Almost 12:30. But that's what you want to do on whatever you're trading. So you can be aware of where things might stop or turn. But yeah, as far as real estate, we've still been able to sell high. I got a real estate friend of mine still killing it, getting way over asking price. And it's been harder to buy for most people because the prices are so high. When you get even a for sale by owner, the owner wants more money. And it's sad because they look on Zillow. So that's the part of what we have to fight as a buyer. And that's a part of where the sellers are uneducated. They don't know. I mean, a seller doesn't know how to value their house. So a seller looks at Zillow and it says their house is $250,000. They actually think they could put it up for sale and get $250,000 out. We hit this wall every time. It's a wall. It's not something it's not a hurdle. It is an absolute wall. If you're in real estate or even thinking of buying, because the seller looks on Zillow, Redfin, Realtor.com, they look at those three, they pick the highest. They look at all three and they pick the highest. And Zillow says, Redfin says 210. Zillow or Realtor.com says 230, 220. And Zillow says 250. One of them's always really high. And they go with that. I'm going to go with 250. Put their house up for sale for 250. Or they talk to a realtor that's going to sell it for them, 250. So you ask the seller, you're like, I always ask him, I'm like, well, how'd you come up with that number? Man, that sounds like a great, I'm like, man, that sounds like a great number. Oh, got to get it. Sorry, I was placing my lunch order. But anyway. So yeah, they'd come up and they'd say, hey, you'd talk to the seller, you know, what are you looking to get out of the house? Well, 250,000. And I just, wow, that's, a high number for this area. Where did you get that number? What makes you think it's worth the 250? Just curious. And they'd say, well, I looked online and Zillow says it should be it says it should sell at 250. So right when they mention Zillow, Redfin, or Realtor.com, that's a wall that has to be knocked down. So I just have to tell them, it's like, well, do you know how Zillow came up with that number for your house? Well, no, but that's what they say it should be worth. I'm like, did you have a realtor from Zillow actually come out and look at the inside of your house? Always, the answer is always going to be no. I've never even heard from a realtor from Zillow. So nobody came to look at the inside of your house. So that price is based on what? It's based on the outside of your house and the square footage, the amount of beds and baths. Did you know that? Well, no, I didn't know that. So then I have to tell them, I say, now here's what Zillow does. Zillow can tell the square footage of your house, how many bedrooms, how many baths it has, if it has a garage, if it's detached. Zillow can see all that. So Zillow then, its software goes through and it looks for comparable houses in your area. So it looks down the street and around the neighborhood and a couple blocks over, and it sees that 4 houses sold at $250,000 that also have 3 bedrooms and 1 bath, like yours. It hasn't seen the inside of those either, but it knows those have sold for $250,000. Now comes the inside. The reason why those 4 houses, or 3, whatever I said, the reason why those 3 houses sold for $250,000, if you pull them up, and of course I've already done my due diligence and had them pulled up, and guess what I have in my hand? I have a printout of each of those houses with colored pictures of everything on the inside. And I show it to them. I'd say, so Zillow says your house is worth $250 because all of these sold for $250. Now look, I just want to show you the inside. I took the liberty of printing those houses out in your area because I, do this for a living. And I show them, here's house 1. Let's look at the pictures. As you can see, it's got brand new countertops, brand new cabinets in the kitchen. Those are granite countertops. Brand new carpet throughout paint. Is this something, does your kitchen look like this? Is it all new or is it dated? Oh no, it's all older. And let's look at another. So you have to show them, you have to educate them why Zillow says that their house has that $250,000 price tag. It's not because of the way the house is, because it can't see the inside. It's going off sale price. And the only reason those other 3 houses sold at $250 is because they've been remodeled inside. So you show them 3, and then you're like, so that's what you can get if you do this to your home. I'm here to do 2 things, one of 2 things. And this was me. Typically when I do this, I own a construction company as well. I'm going to make you an offer on the house, sitting as it is, as it sits. I'll also offer you the $250,000 for your home in a profit split, and I'll come in and remodel it, put up my money, remodel the house for you, and you're going to see the difference in price. Typically, it's not a lot more, and they don't want to stomach through the pain of the remodel and everything else. They just want out, because I got to still make profit in the end. So profit on my side is the construction side. So I factor all that in. I give them 2 options. That's providing I want to take the rehab on. But typically that's what I end up doing. If it's not a bad rehab, I know it's going to take 30 days. I'll offer the owner to sit through a rehab. And the reason I do is because I know we can get it done in 30 days. I know what my price points are, and they just have to be willing to sit through 30-day rehab, which they have to move out, and I don't pay for that. So they have to move all their stuff out, storage or whatever, and they have to get out and find a place to rent while the rehab's going on. So it's another hassle on their side. So it's up to them to make the decision, but they will make more money if they sit through a rehab like that. I got to make it worth their time if that's what they want to do. So I don't care. It's up to them. You either get X amount now and that's it. I can give you this amount extra off what I think it's going to sell for when we sell. Basically, it's a percentage of profit they get. And I'll do that for anybody, any day of the week, all year long. I want whatever's best for them, whatever works out best. And I've had people take me up on that, especially if they're rentals. If they're rentals and there's nobody in it, it's already vacant, and the owner doesn't really care. They'll go for the extra profit. So now I just manage. I don't even walk them anymore. I just manage from the sidelines. Got a girl that walks them, takes a ton of pictures, puts them on Google Photo in an album for me and the other guys to see, the contractor to see. It's pretty much as much automated as I want to get. I no longer walk them. I can make a decision on if I want to buy it or not just from her walking them. Contracts are done electronically. It's pretty sweet. That's my full-time gig turning side hustle, I guess. I don't know. It's just another business. You know, I rambled on too much about that. MC, I like that. I just went into Discord. I like what you put in there about the zones being more of a fight. What'd you put? Zones showing the fight between longs and shorts. So the zones showing a fight between the bear side of the market and the bullish side of the market are the zones. And the lines being the knockout. Because the lines are the definite point in which it's turned. Yeah, I like that. I like it a lot. I don't know if Max, are you in here? I don't think Max is trading during FOMC. I just saw you did he did a recap already. The gold definitely settled sideways till FOMC comes out. So I'm going to come, on gold, I'd come in and want to mark the high in here. Because if you look back to the left, there's highs back in here around the same point. So I want to mark that level on, and I already have one marked for the low side of gold. Yeah, I might start using that, MC. I really like that. I'm trying to figure out how I can get my wife to bring me lunch like this every day. That's not happening. Is that going to be a head and shoulders pattern on platinum? We still got what? An hour before news? A little over an hour. All right, have a good one. Yeah, I mean, I'll eat my lunch now, and then I'm gonna take a little break before news hits. And then after that, I'll probably crash hard this afternoon. I'm not sure if anybody's in here or not, but you'll start to see things disappear off my chart and other things might appear as I'm getting them ready for the news on my side. They'll start showing up on yours. So what I'm doing is I'm on gold right now. I did make some changes or additions. Is anyone in here right now? Just make sure as I'm talking. I don't know if anybody's left or not. And this will be open through non-farm or FOMC and after, so it doesn't matter if you pop in or out. I'll leave it on. But I don't think anyone will sit through all day to listen. That's why I was asking. So basically gold, I've marked our high to break, low to break. Down below us though, I've gone out to the 4 hour. We still have a zone way down here. And then we have this yellow zone. The new one is this right here. This little zone right here I drew. So I don't know if it'll break that or not. Mainly it is 4 hour. You'll see where the close of the candle, the red one, is up above a little bit. That's because I drew it on the 15. Or not the 15. It was the 15, not the 1 hour. I just put it on 1 hour. So 15 minute. So the 15-minute time frame, that's what this is off of. So this green zone below it's off the 15-minute time frame. So that's the way I want my chart set up before non-farm. Kind of prepping for that. If it goes down there, then we're looking for it to bounce off that or possibly break it, but we have to have those levels. So you need to be just aware of that price point because that price point is a definite turning point in the market. You look at this move down and this move up, well, those are nice big moves, and it turned at that price level. So since it turned at that price level before, we need to be aware of that price level now. We don't know if it's going to bounce there again or break it. It's going to do one or the other. And then we got FOMC. So those are the two zones. This one up here I marked. I think that one was off the 4. Yeah, so the one up above it, that one I marked off those 4 hour wicks there. So I like to look for closer levels than the ones that are far away from us, because those will come into play more on the news releases than the levels that are out further, since we're down here in the little 3 minutes. So if it breaks through the high to break, which is this high, if it breaks through that, gets through the 4 hour zone, pulls back and tests that zone, we may look for it to continue up. We have a couple highs in here that you'd want to be aware of. This is kind of how this is how I set up for news releases. And then down below, that zone's so close. So if it does break the low, we're looking for it to possibly bounce at that price point. Could make it all the way through the bottom and still bounce. So you just kind of have to be careful with shorting it because it may get to just the middle part of that or the bottom and then turn. It could still break it, but you just have to be cautious on that. Right now, the 1 hour and 4 hour is still red. However, 2 o'clock comes with a new 4 hour candle starting. So that's what I'm doing on all for my charts. So like I said, you guys will see stuff kind of pop up and down because I'll be deleting some of the trade stuff. As I set stuff up over here. Someone in here's got a favorite flower. Let's see, Bitcoin. And when I say clean my charts off, I don't even leave the old trade data on there. Just like to clean off as much as I can before these. I also always peek out at the 4 hour. So like Bitcoin's up in that 4 hour zone. I might do something with that little fan back here. Can you guys hear that fan? Got one of them pole changes banging against the light. Or is it just annoying me? So like if you're looking at Bitcoin right now, if you guys want me to blow these up, I can. So Bitcoin right now, I'm marking a few different areas. So I think this support and resistance level I already had marked from back here. Yeah, we did. I took off my 4 hour zone, which was right around in this area, only to mark, again, I'm out on the 4 hour. And it was down off this wick here, from like that wick to the body over here is where it was originally marked. Well, we're up into that area now anyway. So I already know it may not go any higher, but we did wick above it here. So what I did was I'm dialing down. Look at the 1 hour. And the 1 hour, that's where I chose to draw that. So the 1 hour, I'm drawing that, knowing that this is part of that 4 hour still. Okay, that high right there is part of that 4 hour on back. Okay, so I'm marking it there because when you dial down to, we go down to the 15, see it captures some of the bodies then in there. So I'm not going to go just mark that because we already have that marked by the high. So that's the high. It may not break. And then of course down to our 3 minute, and we're right under that. So I did draw this level underneath. Take those off. That's why I had the 2 arrows here I just deleted. And that's why we had marked this support and resistance level, because I was in long earlier. And if it broke that, then I said the trade was falling apart, basically, because it broke the lows, which it did. So that's where that one came from. So I'm leaving it on there. And then I marked this one here. I was looking at this swing low right here. And then when I look to the left, I see what? I see a high. So it definitely came up and respected that price level. So I need to be aware of that. It respected it all the way up, all back, broke through, respected it as it came down to test it. So need to be aware of that. Wanted to be aware of this low here. And if I look to the left, what do I see? Off this low right here. I see an inside bottom. I see a turn down here. So I'm going to mark that and label that my inside bottom, because that's a price level I need to be aware of, because sometimes they turn before they get all the way down to the low. Okay, so anytime you see something pull up like this, if you look to the left, you normally see it turn on it underneath the high. Okay, so the inside tops and bottom give you kind of that awareness of where it may turn. So like this pull up and it turned down. If you look at where it turned right there, it's right at that candle, where that one candle closed, this one started, where these wicked up at. I mean, there's, where this one came down or pushed back up to that same price point. So that's why we want to mark that. So I think that's ready for trading. I don't have anything above it. I'll probably mark something above that as well. Or I need to, at least. So anything immediately around it off the 3 minute, I'll mark as a level. And then if I'm going for something higher, I'm normally going out to that 15 minute or 1 hour to see if we can find a level to draw support and resistance on. And sometimes we don't know. I'll show you this right now. So on Bitcoin, I'm looking for a level higher. So I've got one marked up there, way up there. That's from a 4 hour. So if we go to a 4 hour, we should see that level. That's basically an inside top up here. So if I want to find any level in between, right now, the only thing I could see is possibly here is coming in and drawing a support and resist line at this bottom, basically where the red candle closed. Okay, that would be where I'd look to draw it. Now I want to look at the smaller time frames, and I want to see how the smaller time frames are respecting that level, or how they did. So we dropped to a 1 hour. This is the line. So we see on the 1 hour, it did drop to it, held up there a little bit, and came and hung out around. So is it better for me to mark it there or here? I got to move some stuff. Is it better to mark that or the bottom in this area? Is it better to mark one or the other, or do both? So we moved to a 15. Well, on the 15, I got a lot of garbage down below still. So I'd have to move this down here. Is it better to have that or the upper level? If I look at this upper level, I'd say that's kind of washed out because over here. And that's pretty close to my 4 hour. So this is probably going to be the one I leave, because on the big swing down, it turned at that price point. This is just something you got to do. You need to do it on every day when you trade. swing down, respected that price level, right? It pulled up. This swing down, did it not turn right above that price point? It did. So swing up, swung down, turned at the price point, nailed it again. So it hammered on it several times, finally went through, but what did it do? After it broke, it just pulled right back up to test it before moving down. So this is the price point that I want to be aware of. And now this is off the 15-minute time frame, so you can label it accordingly. I'm just going to label it support and resistance level. Anytime you just see support and resistance level, that means it's off the typically 1 hour or lower. So now I have a level in there above this, and then you can always go in and draw some, like, as the news is happening. But that's kind of how that's how I pick those levels. Getting set back up on the threes before news. Yeah, we got news coming out in 15. So we have two things to be aware of. One is the Fed funds rate gets released at 2, and then they start going into like projections and a statement on the release, and then ultimately it leads to 10 or 2:30 where we have an FOMC press conference. So we'll see how this plays out today. And we have news on the Kiwi at 4:45. Just don't expect big moves on the Kiwi. We just don't get them, huge moves, so you just don't expect them. Still tradable. That's GDP on it, by the way. So Bitcoin kind of had a little initial reaction there. Nothing yet on anything else. Platinum, we've got our the yellow zone I have up above there. That took forever to break earlier today, so seemed like it. So we're back up around that level we were just after morning. So we should start there. We got our pop. So we got our pop down. I am in ES, not much. And I'm in gold. I need to take this news line off. I can't see the candle on gold. We really need hotkeys for this. So I am in ES and gold. There's my two trades. So I'm getting ready to close partial on them, especially on ES. So ES, I took short. Gold, I took short. And I need to close partial. So I'm going to take part of what it's been given to me. Hopefully they won't retrace back too far. Just closed 8 out of 10 on ES. And I'm moving my stop, not quite to break even. And then my gold trade, I only put... so the gold trade, I only put 6 on. So I'm going to close out. It's at a green zone, or kind of at the bottom of that green zone. So I am going to close 4 out of those. So I closed 4 out of the 6 on gold and 8 out of 10 on ES. So nice little trades. Looking for an entry after this, I would look for a structure to build. Well, that ain't right. But I'd be looking for structure to build after that. So at this point, I have to decide on where I'm going. Oh, sorry. Where I'm going to move my stops. So nice aggressive move so far. Was looking for Bitcoin to do a little more than it did. Platinum did a big drop. I am not in platinum. I didn't get in that at all. I would have had to try and get in before news like I did the other two. And since the 1 hour was green against the red, I didn't place a trade in platinum at all. Nice bounce off that yellow zone, bounced without me. With the 15-minute and the 1 hour green, there's just no way I would have shorted. You would have been trying to predict which way platinum's going to go. And I need the magnet tool off. So that's my gold trade marker from where my stop originally was. Well, that's why my phone went off. I had an alarm on there. I had an alarm for it to, this one right here, this alarm line, I had it on there to let me know when it broke the low. I was already in short. So far to where my stop is, it hit 1-to-1. Again, we got profit. I'm taking profit. So I closed out and my stop is halfway. So my stop is halfway to break even on it. And I've already closed partial. And I have to modify my stop. It still says 6. So I got in short ahead of the news off the 1 hour and 4 hour being red, thinking I'm going to trade in that direction. And basically it panned out. So I hit 1-to-1, moved my stop. Since it's past 1-to-1, I'm going to consider moving my stop to a break-even point since this is a news trade. I'd like to see it hit the 2-to-1. And if it hits 2-to-1, I'll close out one more contract and move my stop. Did the same with ES. So ES kind of the same situation where I took it ahead of news and sat sideways for a while. That stop's already been moved. Or actually, no, I didn't take this ahead of news. This one I took when it dropped. The other one I took ahead of news and I added and then dropped. So my stop was up here though. Move my stop to better and break even. I'm going to move it to better and break even then. I was actually in both those light. I'll have to show you my markers on them because I was in both of them light with my stop. And then when they started pushing, I added in. I don't like going in heavy on these, but I'll add in when they start moving. So on gold, I was in with 3 ahead of news. And then I jumped as it was moving down. I added 3 back in and then closed 3 out when it dropped. And then still have 2 running. Had 3 on. Sorry, guys, I'm not with it. I had 3 on right before news. Then when it started dropping, I added 3 more on with 6. And then I closed out 4. And that's where I'm at. So, and did similar on ES. I don't recommend going heavy on the news. But once it starts moving, you can add in. That's what I like doing. And I don't like going in heavy right before news because it could have went the other way. So I could have been negative on 3 contracts if it would have went up on gold and ES10. You used to be able to straddle news releases. I don't recommend it. If you do it light. A lot of the brokers now won't let you, especially the funded, the prop firms won't allow it. So you have to pick a direction. So ES just hit 5 times. It's cranking. So there's ES. It's hit level 5, which is our 4 times risk reward. So I am going to move my stop down. I'm going to keep it 2 levels back, but I am also going to close 1 because it was up 400. So I just closed 1 and need to modify this to match. That's why you guys are hearing all those alerts on my phone. They're from the trades. Gold did go through, hit 3 to 1 on gold. So there's gold hit 3 to 1. I only have 2 on, so I am going to close. So it hit our 2 to 1 level. So I'm going to do the same thing. Just close off 1. And I'm moving the stop to break even on this one. And modifying that to 1 to match. So 2 nice trades, decent trades. Not do platinum or Bitcoin. And I'm only watching 4 things now. So, and I have been today. So about the only thing I can do now is modify stops. I'm leaving them 2 back. So gold is at break even. Gold stops right in the middle of that X. So it's at break even where ES is still 2 levels back. But it's on level 3. And Tyler's heading down to court without me. See what he gets for his speeding ticket. So I know you guys don't particularly watch the Forex pairs, but the Forex pairs are not. So if you go into TradingView right now through your prop firm or whatever you're trading and you look up the Canadian dollar, you're going to find the Canadian dollar listed on its own. But the Canadian dollar is tied to, in Forex, is tied to the US dollar. So we have US news, which is affecting everything. And it has also included the currency pairs. So there's the Canadian dollar. Big downward move. NQ. So we're getting across the board. There's ES, NQ, or Canadian dollar NQ. And then I move into the Forex pair. So there's the Kiwi. It's the Kiwi is not moving down. This is US news. So we're seeing news off the US dollar. And I don't know where the rest of my currency pairs are because they're not with that one for some reason. There's the Japanese yen. There's the euro. So it's not the Australian dollar moving short. It is not the euro right here moving short. It's not the Japanese yen moving short. It's the movement is off the US dollar. It's off this US news. So but they do get affected because they're tied to the US dollar. So I never, before I wasn't trading gold and Bitcoin and ES and none of that. I was just trading the currencies. And you just know that when the news is coming out, it's all going to move. So this is one of the big releases. So I like to trade this every month. And I'm assuming whatever calendar you watch has, I've been using this for years, guys, the Forex Factory calendar. I'm going to pop it up here real quick as we got about 2.5 minutes. But I've used this calendar forever. And you can click on these little icons here to the left and create a alert that'll go out to your email. You do have to create an account. And then once you do, you can click on one of these sirens next to the time. And then you can click, that you want a 1 hour warning. I set mine on 1 hour warning and 10-minute warning. And you'll see that mine's set for multiple items. It's going to come up in the header. I'm not watching it browser. You also get you can get a pop-up alert and email. The email and stuff's from my phone because it goes to my email, and my email is on my phone where I get that one. So every month I'll get an alert when that comes out. So it is something to give you a heads up. I'm trying to see where my account is overall. So gold finally hit, or is still at level 3. It's pulling back. I'm still going to leave mine 2 back. So on my runners, I have what? 1 runner on gold. So I may not. I may be at break even. If that pulls all the way back, I will. And on ES, it did hit level 6, which is also a green zone down there. Didn't quite get to that uptrend line. So we talked about earlier. So it did hit level 6. So I said I was going to trail my stop 2 back. So I'm going to move to level 4, which is 3 to 1. So right now I'm getting 3 to 1 on the 1 runner on ES. My only other option is to close it right now, and it's up like 201. Just close them and be done. Or watch them play out and see if they go the distance. So far, I've been able to move my stop on ES and lock in more profits on the runner than if I would have closed it out earlier. And that's what we always hope for. So every time it's moved down a level, I move my stop. So I just moved it here. So that locks in more profit. I'm getting what is that? Level 4, 3 to 1 on the runner. If it keeps, if it stops out, it's still 3 to 1, where I closed the bulk of it up in here. So So I added 10 to both my trades. Added 10 to gold, added 10 to ES on the pullback, and re-signal of the 15. It's kind of hard to see that one, isn't it? On the take off some of these lines. But basically, we had the pullback, another signal, 15 fell back in line. So since ES is dropping, yeah, I'm going to have to close some. So ES right now is up. That's not $1,000 on the 10 I've added. So I need to quickly close. I'm going to leave one extra runner on. So I'm only closing 9 and I'll have 2 runners on now. So that right there is a really nice trade. And the order's going to move. I don't know where it was. Normally I did mark where I added 10. So right now the order just moved down to here as I closed. That's something to get used to, but you have to get used to. I don't on my Forex trader, my Forex trades. It doesn't move like that. So right now my stop, I added to my position. Guys, I did the wrong thing. I'm not even going to say I pulled it. You know what? I need to close out 18 of this quickly. I hit sell instead of buy, and I just closed it all out. So I need to close this out. So I'm done with that. I'll have to look and see what I got off my statement because I don't even know where it's at now. See, that's what happens when you trade while you're sick. Got messy, but I added for a good reason. I added 10 back in and I had it down. I'm on a 1 minute still. So I added when it pulled back up here and it gave me that right there, that red triangle up top. That's when I added 10 in. And then I needed to close. I was up $1,000. And instead I accidentally hit sell. That was my bad. And I added 10 on gold, and it's there at break even on my runner on the ones I added. So I need a replay button on that, so I can just hit replay and watch what happened, how it played out. That was a big oops. And I closed it right when I realized I added 10 short instead of closing 10. I knew I needed to fix that really quickly. Let's see, that was in yes. Yeah, so that was kind of costly. Not kind of. Gold. Well, I don't know if I had the microphone on for any of that. So I'm the gold trade. It is back to that previous low. So from where I added in 10. Original entry was up here with the stop up there. That got moved to break even on this drop. Closed partial. Pulled back here, and that's where I added back in. Was on that candle. 15-minute re-signaled. Everything else short. Right now, what I wanted to do was come in and close off 9. Let me hit the buy instead of sell, so I don't have a repeat of what happened just now in platinum. And I need to change this to modify it to match to it too. So I think part of that with platinum was just, or with ES, sorry, on that last drop was just the speed of which I was trying to get everything out to you guys, but also close at the same time. So still a good trade overall, even with the fumble. So right now I closed. Why did I close there? Well, because it may not get past this low. It just might not get past it. So I have to be aware of that fact that it may not go past that low. It's right at it. So that's why I choose to pull partial there. Now, I don't ever kick myself. That's the thing. Don't ever kick yourself for taking profit. And then it goes further in your direction. I'm not going to do that because I close profit for a reason. It moves down, I close profit. It pulls back, I'll look for another entry. So I add back in. Now, later in the day like this, if it pulls up and gives me another red arrow down, I'm going to add in with less contracts. I'm not going to do 10 again. I went in with 10 on this pullback. As I expect things to slow down the rest of the day, I'm not putting on 10. That's even if I want to trade again at all, take another trade. I'm going to go in light, like with 4. I'm not even going in with 6. It's going to be 4. Because I have to realize that going in this late in the day, adding those 4 on might be a complete loss. So you have to look at what you've locked in for the and pretty much decide, do you want to risk anything at all? And if not, you don't take a trade. If you're willing to risk anything at all, how much are you willing to risk? And that's something nobody can answer for you but you. And I got alarms popping up on the computer and everywhere else. So with that last trade, what was I on the last printout? I don't know. So here's the gold. There's my gold for today, earlier, that I was up 182. It was just that first part of the trade. Put on 4, closed out 1, had 1 running. And then this is where I'm at now. So I'm up 684. Again, I'm looking for 500 a day. 500 a day gets you 10,000 a month, guys. You're not looking for the whole market. So there's overall the trades. Again, when I put the first 4 on, or 5, closed out 4. It wasn't 5. What was it? Guys, I'd have to look. I can't even remember what I traded. 4, 5, 6. I'd have to look at how many I left on. But that's the first trade. The second trade, where I just put the 10 on, I just closed 8 of those off at 336. So far, that's a good day. I have to go back and look because I put the 10 on here and they went and profited. And this is why we closed partials. I didn't know if it was going to go below that low. So as it came down and dropped here, I'm watching it on the 1 minute and I closed out. What did I leave on? I left 2 on total. So I only have 2 runners. And the price moves down every time. So That's where I'm at overall. So a good day, even though I feel like crap and should have probably just not traded. I put 6 on that first trade. I did not take the sell. We just had another sell. The first trade was 6 on and then 4 off and then 1 off when it hit down here at the bottom. I closed off 4 quickly, too quick. Closed off 1 here and then sold off another 10. So we'll see what happens here. I wonder if that's them getting back from. Yeah, nice profit on platinum, by the way. I decided not to with trading ES and gold. I didn't want to put anything else on. As you can see, I'm looking for areas to add in, so that even takes more focus away. So I wouldn't try trading 4 or 5 things. Say 1 max till you get used to this, and then go to news trading. Adds a level of fun, but also an extra level of risk. Ooh, I like what ES is doing. So we're going to do that. So I added more to my ES right now, and here's why. I had to add it first before I started talking about it, or I don't get in. It's that right there. The dreaded pendant flag or triangle, whatever you want to call it. It's drawn like that, a nice pendant flag. So I did add in to that position right there just before it broke. So I barely got it in, but I barely noticed it too. So it's up. So I have to decide, am I closing? But here's overall. I hope you guys don't mind me sliding my charts in, but I just added 10 more in here. I forgot to turn my markers on for you guys. Sorry. I don't leave my execution markers on the chart all the time. Not while I'm trading. I keep forgetting to turn them on sometimes for you guys. So sold 20, closed 8. Bought 1 back here, sold another 10, closed 9, somewhere in here, and then that's when I accidentally did the buy and closed. So I just sold in here. So I have 12 on. I had 2 runners left, and then I added on in here. So right now I have 12 on. It's up 700. So I am going to, right now, since I don't feel good and I don't know if I'm going to be watching things the way I should, and I just made that mistake earlier, I'm going to have to close. And so that's not bad. I'm going to close 10 off here. So 10 out of 760, a tenth of that. Should I wait till it gets to 1,000? I don't want to be greedy. I'm going to close. Or should I wait? You guys tell me. Should I wait for it to get to 1,000 or should I close it now? It's going. It's almost there. I got no patience. There it is. I'm closing. Oh, God, I did it again. Guys, I did not want to do that. I'm going to have to do that, and I'm going to have to do this. I was going to leave 2 on. Wow. I should probably not be trading today. So after all the hype, it was up 1,000. And I did the same mistake. I added in. But then you got to quickly close. I don't ever, I'm not ever going to make a mistake like that and leave it run. I realized my mistake right after I did it. And no, I'm not doing this on purpose because of what was commented earlier. It's something that can happen. And it's happened to me twice. So, but I re-entered basically off that because it was in that wedge pattern where it made a low, came down, bounced toward that low. So what I saw was the tops getting lower, each high getting lower than the previous high. So that means we're getting bearish pressure pushing down. Now it could break from the high side or low side. There's different theories on it. I don't do calculations on it. I just know it can break either way. But there's different theories that 70% of the time it'll break to the short side on something like that. So you have to take all that with a grain of salt. I can't believe I did that twice. And we need to peek in on gold. So gold, we're doing all right. I'm going to adjust my stop. I have not moved my stop yet on gold. On the runner. So my stop's up there and it doesn't even match because I added 4 back in. So I have 6 on now. I had 2 runners earlier. Remember I told you I was trying to focus on my trades more first. I got to take care of my trades first. But that I wanted to add 4 in. Remember I told you if I added any more in to gold, I was going to go because it might have just dropped down to test this area and stopped. So I went in with 4. I told you that's what I would do. Well, I accidentally hit it in with, I only had 2 up here is what happened. So getting ready to close some off there. I'd really like it to go down and hit the bottom of this, but it's in a zone right now. So I don't know if it'll clip the bottom of the zone or not. So for me today, like I said, I've kind of got to just, when I see profit, take profit. It's near that bottom of that. Oh no, it's at my 3-to-1. So that's at my 3-to-1 level. 3-time risk for my original trade. I know that's not 3-time risk from my entry, but it is the 3-to-1 off my original trade. And it's up like 6 something. So and I'll have to go back in and see what my report is on the other. So I closed some out at gold. I still have 2 runners on it. And of course my stop has moved. My stop's down there, right in the center of that X. But my orders, it's not a break even yet. I'm giving it a little room. I'm willing to take the loss against my gains. How do you want me to mark this? How about that right there? Yeah. So that's where that red line that just came up on gold, that's where my trade is. Right in the center of that yellow zone. So I could lose a little back, and I'm willing to risk. I have 2 runners on. So that trade was like what, 600 or 500 something. And I closed out 4. So this is where I look now on gold. I can take these off. Well, I'll leave them on. The original entry, added 10, added 4 back in, just closed 4 out there. And my stop is here. I'm giving it a little extra room in case it comes up to test, up in here, like to test this level. So I'm giving it a little bit of room, and I don't want to pull it right now to break even. So I'm willing to take a loss on 2 contracts versus what I made on the whole way down, basically. And we know I got a little messy on a couple trades because I added in instead of closing out. So here's where we are on gold. That's where I'm at on gold for the day. So $1,000 profit so far. And there's all the trades down there listed. So good trade on gold so far. And I want to see where I'm at on ES with all that fumble I just made. Yeah, so not bad. Here's ES, even with the 2. I fumbled twice on that, guys, where I just added back in. So evidently ES does not like me. So we got 1,000 on gold. I'm up 1,500 right now on ES. So decent amount, hit 2,200. However, with the 2 mistakes I made and had to quickly realize what I did, closing back out. Part of that and part of I lost on a trade earlier, I lost back. Or I can't say I lost back, but that's my loss for the day. There's all the trades that are on. So one of them was here where I lost 387 earlier on a full. That was on a full trade, full 10 contracts. So I did have one full loser earlier before this. So far after the full loser though, I've lost back some, or that was part of that first fumble. Sorry. That was part of the first where I accidentally added on short instead of closing the long. So I just accidentally hit the sell button instead of the buy. Again, I can't blame anybody for that except me. I'll be kicking myself later. No, I'm just kidding. I will not. Now, guys, I'm not kidding. I used to do all that all day long. Are you still in platinum, MC? I think you said you closed, right? Okay. It's still dropping. Don't kick yourself later. You can't fault yourself for taking profit. Like I said, I only have to have 500 today. So I love trading because I only have to have 500 a day. But yet I've exceeded that today. That goes in my bonus. Every bit of over $500 today. So we just looked at what, 3,000? And I've got some runners on. So we got 3,000. I think it was over 3,000, 1,000 something and 2,025, I think. So let's say 3,000. I'm only looking for 500 a day. So $2,500 goes in my bonus, my end of the month bonus, my January 1st bonus check. That's where $2,500 goes. Now, if I take a loss and it dips into my bonus, at the end of the month, my bonus might be a little smaller. But right now that gets tagged as bonus. Everything over 500. So to me, I've had an extraordinary day. This is what you hope for every day. This isn't what you get every day, but So we try and just get what we need every day. That's been my philosophy forever. Take care of yourself first. Don't try and take care of your ego. What you've seen on TikTok and all that. You've seen people making 10, 20, 30 grand, 5 grand, 3 grand. Don't try and take care of that. That's a lot of that's even made up anyways. So we're not trying to get there. You need to get to where you take care of yourself first. And first you need a paycheck. It's a business, career, job, whatever you want to call it. For me, I treat it like a bit. For me, I was trying to make money. So it was the job for me. And then once I got to runners and all that and was making more money, then it was more like, okay, this is my career. And when I paid for that guy to train me, that cost me 20 grand. So I looked at it as I got my education. So yeah, look for 2025 to be the year. I hope everybody gets a good year next year. It just takes time to. How long have you been trading, MC? I thought you'd mentioned before a couple years, but I can't remember when everybody started. And I left some on the. I didn't want to do that either, guys. I gotta quit messing with ES. We'll see what it does here. Oh, okay. Yeah. So yeah. I always told people whenever people used to ask me how long does it take to trade? My first answer was, do you have at least a year? Because if they told me anything less than that, it's like you're not going to trade. That was my first question. Do you have a year to devote to learning how to trade? And if they said, no, I don't have that kind of time, can I learn quicker? The answer was no. Coming out of my mouth, at least. I like to tell people the truth. It's just not. And that would be the thing. Can somebody learn in less than a year? Yes. But should you expect that? No, not at all. It just depends on the individual. Depends on where you're at, where your mind's at. Depends on if you can stomach risk. One thing you have to get around is losing in a trade. I hate when people start trading and they go live for the first time and it's all positive. First 3 trades positive because there's a loser coming. I'd rather see someone take a loss on their first or second trade when they go live because it keeps that reality in check. I've seen it before where I know one guy, his first 4 trades were positive, and buddy, he went all in on that 5th trade and it was a loser. And he held on to it as it kept pulling against him, which he should have bailed and got in on the other direction. So he was going against signals that told him it was going to go short. He was in long, all in, and lost a lot of money. So it does take time. But I always told people that the way that you're ready to go live is if you can take a demo or a paper account Trade it according to the rules. You're not just jumping in here and there. And you can grow that account. And I like to tell people you can, grow it by 10% at least, if not 20. So if you can take a $10,000 account and grow it by 10% and know exactly why you took every trade, why you moved, why you closed partial where you did on every trade, and why you moved your stop where you moved your stop on every trade, every time you move the stop, then you're ready to go live. It's 10 or 20% doing that. Because if you just sit there and take a $10,000 account and you make $1,500 in it, that's 15%. But if you just jumping in stuff here and there and that's how you made it, that's not going to last. I wish I would have gotten Bitcoin short, but I did not. There were several signs, but I didn't trade it. Did anybody get Bitcoin short? Because, man, it really, after FOMC. So I'm still in the stupid ES trade. And I made another mistake. Yeah, that's just me today on ES. But I'd have to go back and figure all this out, guys, because I sold 10 here. That was on purpose. And then when it dropped here, I bought 8, which closed out. I don't know, guys. I'd have to look back at those buy sells because I made a boo-boo again. You guys know that. And then when it got here, I sold 3 more. So I had 4 on and sold 3, and I need to make sure my orders are right. Well, I'm going to not change that to a 3. So we're going to, I'm going to change this to a 2. I'm just going to leave 2 on for runners. So I am going to close out. It's up $600 and something. So, oh God, I hit the whole close. I'm out of ES. That's my last mistake on ES. I just closed the whole thing and I meant to close partial. And it's going to finish without me. So I'm done on it because I don't feel good. I probably shouldn't be trading as much as I had. We're going to put a check mark down here. Can I make that bigger? There we go. That's where Butch got out. I'll leave it right here. So that's where I got out. So that's me acknowledging where I got out. So if it keeps dropping, I'm not getting in it again. That's my last mistake on ES. And then the only other thing I'm in, the only thing I'm in now is gold. So still holding, nothing too exciting. I closed the last 4 here. I could close one more. I mean, it's up 218. I think I'll leave them, but I am going to do this. I'm going to move my stop to a little, I just wanted it break even. I want to leave the highs right here or the lows right in here at the bottom of my zone where that arrow is and that one. I would draw a line there, but I don't need to because we got a zone. So that's where I'm leaving my stop, just up above there. And it could wick up above there and take me out. But overall, it's been a good trade. So still for trading under the weather, that's not too bad. Just think if I would have felt better, I would have probably also been in Bitcoin. I don't think platinum, but definitely Bitcoin. I know I can manage. Well, so here's the thing. Here's the thought process. I knew in my mind that I could manage 2 things even while I'm sick. And then ES, I messed up a couple of times. So maybe not. All right, we'll see, MC. So Bitcoin still tank. I hope somebody got that today. Hope somebody got it for me. So we'll see where I'm at overall on ES. So here's ES overall. So I consider that a good day. I hit 2,900 and lost along the way 662. So 2,200 overall. I think that's killer on the day. And then let's see where gold is. Okay, gold, we're at G5. So here's gold. It hasn't changed much. We're still at 1,000. So it's not going to do anything unless I close out. If I close out one of those, I think it was up like 200. So my stop's at break even on gold. So I am not going to lose anything back. Or it's a little better than break even. No, it's a small loss. I'm sorry. Right there. I'm going to move it to break even. Or maybe I already did. Yeah, I just haven't moved my X. I'm watching your guys' screen. So there's the X. So it is just a hair better than break even on gold. So I can't lose anything on gold. So I've locked in 1,000 on the day on gold. ES I'm out of is locked in 2,200. So that's over $3,000 for the day. So I consider that to be a great day, considering the fact I only need 500 to survive, or before my wife would go out and say, you need a job, right? Ammo Waster, are you on here by chance? I don't know if he's in the live or not. I don't think he's in here. Yep, there goes ES without me. I guess I could have jumped back in if I wanted. The 15-minute upper is still hitting red. So far for me, on the original trade, that hit what? Level 6. It's just now hitting level 6. I can't even see it because that non-farm, not 6. I'm like, that's not 6 levels. Level 12. So 11 times your risk on the original trade on the runners. So great trade overall. This is what we hope for every day. We don't get every day, unfortunately. And everything's moved decent off of it. I'd say ES has ran the longest. I haven't even looked at NQ and all that, because that would have taken extra focus away. Oh man, that's Canadian dollar. Canadian dollar's got a pendant. Yeah, NQ and all that should have dropped. Nice drops on all of them. I just had picked ES, so. I drew that pendant on there, and then I drew a trend line backwards to see where that went, to see if that level was respected. So that's what I was looking. I'm on the 1 minute to see this, because on a 3 you don't really see that. It just looks like a bunch of candles popping up and down. So I had to drop to a 1 to see what actually was going on down here on the lower time frame, to see if I can make sense. Because again, on the 3, just candles having fun. So dial it down to a 1. Now I can make sense of those moves, because on a 3 I couldn't. Again, on a 3 minute, you're looking at that. Okay, we got some candles going up and down. Woohoo. I mean, can I make sense of that? Not right now looking at a 3. It just sideways, it looks like sideways consolidated movement. But then dialing down to a 1, I see swings. Okay, so I could definitely see that and draw the triangle, the pendant, which makes that pendant flag. And then, like I said, I started the trend line tool down here and extended it backwards that way to see how these came into play right here. And then I noticed it had actually dipped in here and rode down that line a little bit. So we'll see if it breaks through. I think I'm gonna leave that on a 1 for you, so you can see how what it does here. I'm still in short, stop still at break even. I've got no interest in moving it down till end of day. All right, so guys, I had to stop trading. Because I just hit this was a brand new, believe it or not, another PA, brand new, or not PA, but eval. I'm trying to link up a couple more, getting ready for 2025. So it was a 50K, and I wasn't watching that. I was just trying to trade and make money. So this one is a brand new PA that's getting it, or eval, that tonight I'll have it linked with my other account. I'm just trying to ramp it up before the start of 2025. So I had to close it because I hit that 3,000 mark on it. So I got nothing else to trade, and I'm not going to trade anyways, but I still want to watch and see how gold does here. I was leaving it on for the runner, and I'm like, wait, I better check. And I just hit that. It was up like 3,024 is where it's at. So that was all done today. So I'd consider that a good day. So now I can pay for the PA tonight and link this. I've never had an issue with Trade of 8 or Apex or Trade of 8 software. Apex is not a broker, though. They're a prop firm. But I've never had issues out of any of the accounts. Now, I do know that the guy at the coffee shop, he requested a payout last week, and he got denied because one of his trades was over that 30% rule. So if one trade is over 30% of your total that you're requesting payout on, they will deny it. It's just one of the rules you have to be aware of. So now I'm going to pull and see where I'm at. You might see the screen flicker as I click this stuff. So yeah, here's the there's where I ended up in ES. Is that ES? Yeah. We got closed out of all that, and then pull gold here. There we go. So gold was 1,300 something. I had to close it out. So I had no losses against the gains on gold. So that went smooth. Sorry, guys. So I had to end up closing out the two runners. So the two runners closed out at 300. It's just I had to do it because I was passing that email. I got a lot of these open. I need to close. So good day. Gold just broke through that bottom and pulled back to test it. So I'm done for the day. I'll leave this run till 5, and then I'll shut it down. But I'll have it back up tomorrow. Man, that was a nice trade on gold as it broke through that pendant. Hope somebody got it. Broke, tested, and moved on. Is anyone in the live still? By chance? All right, I'm going to shut her down and I will have it back up running later.